killing 3 great experts. The 9 seals of the Gate of God appeared. It shone with light and pressed down on Xueqi. Enveloped by the light of the Gate of Sealing, Blood Seal was frozen in the air. He tried his best to burst out his true essence in an attempt to break the door seal. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had now advanced to the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. The door seal that he had condensed was even more powerful. For a moment, the blood seal could not be broken at all. No, no! He was extremely anxious and kept growling. Buzz! Lu Ming rushed over and the sword light slashed down. With a bang, the blood leopard was cut in half. Xueqi's true body appeared, spitting out a large mouthful of blood and a deep wound on his chest. He wanted to retreat, but the sealing door was still there. He could not even retreat. No, no, spare my life. No. Xueqi shouted in fear, but what greeted him was a sword light. Puchi! Xueqi was split in half, and even the spiritual god in his body couldn't escape. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. It happened so fast that many people didn't even have time to react. It was already too late for the 2 experts of the Sky Martial Sword faction to rescue him. Why would I? The 2 experts from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction were about to launch a fierce attack on Lu Ming. When they saw this scene, their pupils constricted and they subconsciously stopped in their tracks. CSI. Gasps could be heard all around. Xueqi was dead. He was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. He could not put up any resistance at all. How was this possible? Xueqi had awakened a 7th level divine level bloodline, and his cultivation had already reached the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. His combat strength was absolutely terrifying, but he was easily killed by Lu Ming. It was unbelievable. Fairy Tan Xiang, Kong Xin, and the people from Medicine King's Valley and Tianxia Academy were also dumbfounded. They were completely stunned and couldn't believe this scene. Wu Chengkong was tongue-tied and almost scared to death. It had only been a few days. A few days ago, Lu Ming could only fight to a draw with Xueqi. With the help of the sealing door, he barely had the upper hand. But now, he had completely crushed Xueqi. It had only been a few days and Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a huge margin. This was too shocking. Now it's your turn. Lu Ming looked at the 2 experts from the Heavenly Sword faction. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, and his killing intent surged. The expressions of the 2 experts from the Heavenly Martial Sword School changed drastically, and they no longer had the confidence they had earlier. Brother Lu, in my opinion, this is all a misunderstanding. One of them revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. They were terrified that Lu Ming could kill Xueqi in such a thunderous way even though he was surrounded by the 3 of them. Misunderstanding? No, there's no misunderstanding. I'm going to kill you today. I don't need a reason. Lu Ming said indifferently. In the next moment, he took a step forward and rushed toward the 2 of them like a bloody light. Damn it! Let's attack together and kill this brat. The 2 of them roared and activated their bloodlines at the same time, turning them into 2 huge combat swords. Without a doubt, both of them had 7th level divine level bloodlines and had comprehended divine level martial techniques. Their combat strength was extremely terrifying. Buzz! Whoosh! The sound of a sword rang out. The other experts of the Heavenly Sword faction all moved. Their combat swords were unsheathed, and their sword chi soared to the sky as they charged towards Lu Ming. Seal! The blood-red sword floated in his hands and formed a seal. A sealing gate flew out and covered a huge sword. In an instant, the huge sword could not move. Kill! Lu Ming wielded his combat sword and sent one of the combat swords flying. At the same time, he took a few steps forward and the terrifying power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps suddenly burst out. Boom! 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 He took 7 steps and landed on the sword that was sealed by the door. The sword immediately collapsed and its body appeared. However, there was a flash of sword light and the head fell to the ground. This person's spiritual god flew out of his body in a panic and was extremely frightened. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's left hand executed the prison-suppressing heaven technique and he struck out continuously. He held the blood sword in his right hand and executed the 5 styles massacre. Clang! The remaining 4th level spiritual god realm expert's combat sword was sent flying, and the sword's body kept shaking. The blood-red sword slashed out tens of thousands of sword chi. The spiritual god that escaped let out a blood-curdling scream before turning into ashes. At the same time, a few experts from the Heavenly Sword faction who had rushed over were killed by the sword chi. Lu Ming transformed into a god of death and charged towards the last 4th-level spiritual god realm expert. Escape! 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 At this moment, the person was scared out of his wits and was running for his life. Lu Ming was too powerful. In terms of strength alone, Lu Ming had completely surpassed him. Together with the ceiling door, they were simply invincible. Where are you going? Lu Ming had his eyes on him. He dashed past him and killed a few more experts from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. In an instant, Lu Ming closed in at top speed. He formed a seal with both hands and another sealing door appeared. The combat sword was instantly fixed in place. Lu Ming charged forward. No, spare me, help! The man roared, but the result was already decided. Lu Ming caught up and killed him with lightning-like methods. Since then, the 3 experts who wanted to kill Lu Ming were all killed by him. Not a single one was left alive. He even killed a few experts from the Sky Martial Sword School. When the other members of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction saw this, they were extremely frightened. How could they dare to fight? They all fled. So strong! The rest of the people at the scene looked at Lu Ming in shock. They were tongue-tied and completely speechless. Lu Ming's combat strength was too shocking to be able to kill 3 experts in succession. High up in the sky, Yang Patian and Tuo Bashir looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Before this, they had not paid attention to anyone else except for each other. However, Lu Ming had now attracted their attention. It seems that we have another opponent. Tuo Bashir licked his lips as his eyes gleamed with battle intent. Yang Potion's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Just when everyone thought that the battle had ended, Lu Ming did not stop because there was still one person who had not died. Wu Chengkong. Wu Chengkong was running for his life, terrified. Damn it! How is this Lu Shaoqing so terrifying? His combat strength is rising too quickly. When we get out of here, I'll have the powerful cultivators in the sect kill him. He can't be allowed to live. All kinds of vengeful thoughts swirled in Wu Chengkong's mind. Suddenly, he heard a whooshing sound. He looked back in shock and saw that Lu Ming had already arrived behind him. Boom! Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. He threw a punch and shattered Wu Chengkong into pieces. However, Wu Chengkong obviously had a destiny talisman. With a flash of white light, the destiny talisman wrapped him up and he disappeared in the air. Lu Ming snorted coldly and flew back to his original spot. At that moment, everyone looked at Lu Ming with respect. He was too powerful. Lu Ming's combat strength was far above that of an ordinary second-grade Heaven's favorite. His combat strength was already on par with the 5 magnates. It seemed that there would be another young giant in the world. Brother Lu. Fairy Tan Xiang's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Lu Ming. She was at a loss for words. Oh, I just happened to have a breakthrough in my cultivation when I left 2 days ago. Lu Ming explained. Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xian roared in their hearts. This was too abnormal. He had broken through after leaving for 2 days. This was too fast. It was really infuriating to compare. The real token of the Saint Mansion. Tianxia Academy, outside the Wanxiang Jade Wall. The space moved, and Wu Chengkong appeared in a flash of white light. Ah, damn it! Wu Chengkong roared as soon as he appeared. Everyone's eyes turned to him in unison. Chengkong, what's going on? A supreme martial artist from the Tianwu sword faction looked at Wu Chengkong and asked with a frown. Wu Chengkong had been killed, which meant that the 2 elites of the Tianwu sword faction had both died in the battle. Lu Shaoqing. It's that bastard Lu Shaoqing. Wu Chengkong roared like a wild beast. What? Lu Shaoqing again? Lu Shaoqing is a killer. First, he killed the Cold Blood Hall disciples and many other masters. Then he killed Wu Tsong and now, even Wu Chengkong. Hee, 2 Heaven's favorites from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction died at the hands of the same person. Interesting. Cold Blood Hall's face darkened. Why did they have to be involvered every time Lu Shaoqing was mentioned? Lu Shaoqing again. Why? You're not with Wulong and the others? The supreme martial artist from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction asked. The Wulong he was talking about was the #1 Heaven's favorite of the previous generation of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. Wulong and the others have been killed. They're dead. Wu Chengkong said through gritted teeth. What? Wulong and the others were also dead. Who was it? Could it be Yang Patian? The supreme martial artist from the Heavenly Martial Sword School shouted angrily, thinking that it was Yang Patian who had done it. No, it's Lu Shaoqing. It's all his doing. Senior brothers Wu Long, Wu Kai, and Xuefeng were supposed to work together to kill Lu Shaoqing, but they were killed by him instead. It's all his doing. Wu Chengkong's face was twisted as he explained the situation. The scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Lu Shaoqing was the one who had done all of this. He had managed to achieve such a feat despite the combined efforts of 3 powerful experts. This was simply too shocking. Another big shot. An old man sighed. The people of Cold Blood Hall wanted to cry. It was so sad that they had sent such a god of death with them. The secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Buzz. At this moment, the giant mountain was shaking and the light was even more dazzling. Everyone's attention was drawn back to the giant mountain. Lu Ming's eyes also fell on the huge mountain. He did not devour the blood essence of Xuefeng and the others because the Emperor God was here. His devouring method was too obvious and he was afraid that the Emperor God would notice something. Now was not the time to reveal his identity. The light from the huge mountain became more and more brilliant. In the end, 9 rays of purple light shot out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a token flew out from each of the purple lights. The token of the Saint Mansion. It's the token of the Saint Mansion. Snatch it. There are 9 pieces, this one is mine. Instantly, the scene was in chaos. All kinds of auras burst out and rushed toward the 9 tokens. There was no doubt that the token that rushed out of the mountain was the real token of the Saint Mansion. Get lost. Yang Patian shouted in anger. His momentum was astonishing. He swept out his halberd, and dozens of experts screamed as they were cut in half and died on the spot. Yang Patian grabbed a token of the Saint Mansion in his hand and scanned the surroundings with lightning-like eyes. Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to step forward. On the other side, Tuo Bashir waved his mace and smashed a bunch of people into meat paste. He then grabbed a Saint Mansion token. The others sighed. Knowing these 2 tokens, they could forget about it. I'm back in this piece. Lu Ming stepped forward and rushed to the nearest Saint Mansion token. His terrifying killing intent burst out. Many people were enveloped by his killing intent and retreated quickly, not daring to fight with Lu Ming. The power that Lu Ming had created earlier was too strong. Lu Ming grabbed a Holy Mansion token. Yang Patian, Tuo Bashir, and Lu Ming each had a token. The others did not dare to fight with the 3 of them and could only target the others. This was a bloody battle, and it was extremely intense. The experts of the major forces went all out to fight for the tokens. A palace left behind by an existence above the emperor level was too alluring and attractive. Even an emperor would go crazy if he came, let alone them. People were constantly killed, and corpses fell like rain. In the end, everyone from the Ji family gathered. Under the leadership of a 4th-level spiritual god realm expert, they seized a token. The Tianxia Academy and the Valley of Medicine Masters joined forces and also seized a token under the leadership of a 4th-level spiritual god realm master. Demon Mountain obtained a token. The most surprising thing was that the Emperor God had seized a token with the help of the Space Intent realm. He was so fast that no one could stop him. There was also a baby-faced monk with big fluttering sleeves who looked harmless. He killed a group of experts with a single palm strike and seized a token. It was a shocking scene. Even Yang Patian and Tuo Bashir looked at this monk with a solemn expression. The holy monk of the Western Desert. Yang Patian muttered to himself. It's that unscrupulous monk again. Lu Ming muttered. The last token was in the hands of the Floating Mountain sect. As for Cold Blood Hall, Sky Eagle Fort, and Sky Martial Sword School, they were very unwilling to lose their tokens because their leaders had died in battle. Those who had obtained the tokens were divided into several areas, far away from the others. The others were helpless. Although they were burning with excitement, those who had obtained the tokens now were all very powerful. Only the Emperor God seemed to be the weakest, but he had the space mentality, so no one could catch him. This is the token of the Saint Mansion. With this token, you can enter the Saint Mansion. Lu Ming sized up the token in his hand and channeled his essential core. Buzz! The token of the Saint Mansion suddenly trembled and glowed. A circle of light enveloped Lu Ming. Other than that, there were 3 more circles of light floating around him. Why are there 3 more rings of light? Lu Ming was a little surprised. At this time, the others also realized the problem. As long as they injected their vital essence, 4 rings of light would appear on the token of the Saint Mansion. 1 of them would cover them, and 3 more would appear. I know. These 3 rings of light represent that I can bring 3 more people in. That should be the case. I'm guessing that there's a large array set up around the Saint Mansion, and only those who are covered by this light circle can enter. Some of them shouted, and their eyes lit up. Wouldn't there be 27 more spots? Many people looked at those who had obtained tokens, especially Yang Patian. Emperor gods had obtained tokens by them Slaviers, so they had extra spots. Brother D, I'm willing to pay a high price to buy 3 slots. Is that possible? Een Bupo from the Sky Eagle Castle looked at the Divine Emperor and spoke first. Een Bupo, your appetite is too big. You want to buy 3 spots. Can you swallow it? Some people were unhappy and wanted to buy a quota from the Emperor God. Brother Yang. Some people looked at Yang Patian, wanting to buy a spot from him. Get lost. Yang Patian coldly spat out. Those people could only retreat. As for Tua Ba Shu's side, there were a few other Northern Plains Heaven's favorites who had already taken up the spots. Chapter 1084 Fighting a Giant in the Saint Mansion. As for the Ji family, Floating Mountain, Demon Mountain, and Tianxia Academy, they didn't even have enough for them Slaviers, so they naturally wouldn't sell it. For the time being, only Lu Ming, the unscrupulous monk, and the Emperor and God could use the spots. Brother Lu. Fairy Tanxiang looked over. I'll give my place to the Valley of the Medicine Masters and the Tianxia Academy. Lu Ming smiled. The people from Medicine King's Valley and Tianxia Academy were overjoyed. This way they had 3 more places. In the end, the Emperor God sold the 3 spots. The unscrupulous monk smiled and made a huge profit, selling the 3 spots as well. This way, excluding Yang Potion's 3 spots, there were a total of 33 people who could enter. Buzz! At this moment, the giant mountain was extremely bright. It formed a huge pillar of light that shot into the sky. The beam of light hit the palace in the sky, giving off a deafening roar. Boom! 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 The palace slowly appeared. At first, it seemed real and illusionary, but it slowly became real. After a few minutes, the palace had become completely real. It was filled with an ancient and vicissitude aura. It floated in the air like a huge city. It was extremely large and majestic. Buzz! Yang Patian was the first to move. It was as if he was traveling through space. His body moved, and his figure appeared in front of the palace. Then he stepped out and rushed in. Let's go, we can't let Yang Patian get there first. The other people who had a quota called out and rushed forward one after another, afraid that Yang Patian would beat them to it. If there were treasures in the Saint Mansion, the first one to enter would naturally get some benefits. Buzz! Whoosh! Dozens of figures, all shrouded in a circle of light, rushed towards the palace. Lu Ming and the rest were among them. In front of the palace, there was a door that was half open. Yang Patian was about to rush in. Charge! The rest of the people also rushed over. Nothing happened. Dozens of people rushed into the gate one after another. The others who didn't have a spot looked at each other. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. We don't need the token to enter. The token was spread by Tianxia Academy, so it might not be true. Someone said, his eyes burning with passion. That's right. I don't think anyone from Tianxia Academy has ever entered it. It's probably not true. Some others agreed. Charge! I don't believe it. Someone couldn't hold it in anymore and rushed into the palace. However, as he was flying, he suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech, and his entire body exploded just like that, turning into ashes. The others were dumbfounded. Gulu! Those who had said that they didn't believe what Tianxia Academy had said all took a deep breath and swallowed their saliva. Their faces were pale. If they had acted rashly just now and charged forward first, they would have been the ones to die. As soon as Lu Ming and the rest rushed in, they realized that they were in a huge corridor. It was very long and extended all the way to the front. What a strong pressure! As soon as they entered, everyone landed on the ground because of the powerful pressure. It was a no-fly zone, and their flight was stopped. Moreover, not only could they not fly, but the pressure on their bodies was also extremely great, causing their speed to slow down by more than 100 times. This is gravity. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and realized that it was gravity. The gravity was 100 times stronger than outside. Everyone circulated their true yuan and stepped forward. However, the gravity was too strong. Their speed was similar to that of an ordinary person's running. Compared to their original speed, it was a huge difference. And this corridor seemed to be no less than 100 miles. But since he had entered this place, he could only bravely move forward. Gradually, the distance between them widened. Bang! Bang! Yang Patian walked at the forefront. His body was glowing as he strode forward. Then, Tuobasher's muscles bulged and he strode forward like a savage beast. In addition, Lu Ming's speed was also extremely fast, second only to Tuobasher. As for the unscrupulous monk, his body was covered in golden light as he walked beside Lu Ming. The two of them had come in a little later, so they were slightly behind Yang Patian and his companion. Behind them were a few burly men. They were the strongest geniuses of the previous generation in their respective forces, and their cultivation had reached the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. Surprisingly, the Emperor God was also walking beside these people. He had the will of space, so he was under less pressure. As for second-grade heavens favorites like Fairy Tan Xiang and Kong Xin, they were slightly behind. Everyone pushed forward with all their might. Slowly, they got used to the gravity here, and their speed became faster and faster. This journey took 2 days. Yang Patian was the first to walk out of the corridor and rush out. Stop right there. Tuobasher hollered and followed closely behind Yang Patian. Following that, Lu Ming and the unscrupulous monk also stepped out and walked out of the corridor. Boom! Boom! As soon as they walked out of the corridor, they heard a violent roar. In front of the corridor was a large hall, where Tuobasher and Yang Patian were engaged in an intense battle. The Heaven Scorcher halberd and the Wolf Fang Club continued to exchange blows, and the deafening rumbles were deafening. On both sides of the hall, there were rows of shilavirs. On the shilavirs, there were some jade bottles, jade boxes, and boxes. It was obvious that the two of them were fighting for these items. This was the legendary Saint Mansion that surpassed the Emperor level. How precious would the things inside be? Without a second thought, Lu Ming and the heartless monk's eyes lit up and they rushed to the shilavirs on both sides. Get lost! You're looking for death! Yang Patian and Tuobasher roared as they charged at the two of them. Tuobasher attacked the heartless monk. He waved his mace and crushed the void like a mountain range. My hair is white. My Buddha is merciful. The heartless monk chanted the name of Buddha and his entire body emitted golden light. His appearance was solemn like the reincarnation of Buddha. He struck out a golden palm print and clashed with the Wolf Fang Club. With a boom, it actually blocked Tuobasher's attack. The two of them began a great battle. On the other side, Yang Patian was charging toward Lu Ming. As the heavenly halberd slashed down, the space around it shattered. It even turned into spatial power that wrapped around the heavenly halberd, making it even more destructive. Lu Ming's 5-colored will surrounded him and he had 7 streams of dragon energy on him. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. The combat sword formed by his 3rd bloodline changed and actually turned into a blood-red combat halberd. The 3rd bloodline was a drop of blood. It could change at will, be it a sword, a spear, a saber, a halberd, etc. It could change at will without a fixed shape. Clang! Lu Ming wielded the blood halberd and slashed down, clashing with Yang Potion's heavenly halberd. Clang! A terrifying tremor spread out, and the two figures swayed slightly. Then, they began to fight again. Boom! 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 In the main hall, the four of them engaged in a peak battle. For a moment, it was difficult to determine who was superior. Peak of the second level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming discovered that Yang Potion's cultivation was at the peak of the second level of the spiritual god realm, not much higher than his. However, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. He was the strongest young expert that Lu Ming had ever encountered. The four of them were in a chaotic battle in the hall, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of moves. Not far away, footsteps could be heard. It was obvious that the others were approaching. Chapter 1085 Emperor Weapon. The eyes of the four people flashed, and they abandoned their opponents almost at the same time, rushing toward the Sheelavirs on both sides. They understood that they couldn't do anything to their opponents for the time being. If they continued to fight, the scene would become even more chaotic when more people appeared. Therefore, the four of them began to search for treasures on the Sheelavirs at the same time. Lu Ming waved his hand and a white light emanated. It enveloped the jade bottles, jade boxes, and metal boxes on the Sheelavirs. They were all stored into the mountain and river diagram. He didn't have time to see what it was, so he put it away first. The four of them went on a frenzied raid, and in just a few breaths, the items on the Sheelavirs had been swept clean. The unscrupulous monk in particular had actually forcefully kept a shelf into his storage ring, leaving everyone speechless. However, Lu Ming and the rest soon followed suit and kept the shelf. At this moment, a few more figures rushed out of the corridor. They looked at the empty hall on both sides and were stunned. Bas! Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming and the rest had already rushed into the depths of the hall. There was a huge door there. Charge! The few experts behind them, including the Emperor God, rushed forward at the same time and followed closely behind Lu Ming and the rest. After rushing through the door, there was another hall, but this one was bigger and empty. Opposite the hall, there was another door, from which a faint light emanated. Their eyes lit up and they quickly rushed in. It was still a large hall, but this hall was exceptionally wide. In the air above the hall, there were four balls of light, shining with a dazzling light. Those were four weapons floating in the air. They were of different colors, but they exuded a terrifying pressure. This is an Emperor spiritual weapon. Yang Potian growled and immediately rushed towards one of the treasures. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The so-called Emperor spiritual weapon was the Emperor of spiritual weapons, just like the martial emperor of the martial artists, standing at the peak of many spiritual weapons. The Emperor spiritual weapon was a top-grade 9th-level spiritual weapon. Even some emperors might not have one, as it had a domain that could assist them in battle. Even emperors would be envious of this place, let alone them. They immediately rushed toward one of the king's spiritual weapons. Lu Ming rushed towards a small fiery red pagoda. The pagoda seemed to be cast from fire jade and it emitted an astonishing amount of heat. An Emperor spiritual weapon. Behind them, the other experts had also arrived. When they saw the Emperor's spiritual weapons, their eyes turned red with greed as they pounced on the four weapons. One of them pounced on Lu Ming. One of them was a brawny man in his 40s with a cultivation of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. The other was an Emperor god. However, Lu Ming was one step faster. His body was like a stream of light as he appeared in front of the small tower and reached out to grab it. However, just as Lu Ming was about to grab it, the small tower emitted a light circle. Lu Ming's grab did not go in. Inscription formation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This small tower was protected by an inscription array. However, Lu Ming felt that he could break it if he spent some time. Bang! Lu Ming changed his claw to a palm and struck the circle of light. Bang! The ring of light trembled, but it still blocked the attack. At that moment, the Emperor God and the brawny man rushed over. The Emperor's spiritual weapon is mine. The brawny man's eyes were red as he charged at the small tower. The Emperor God's sword hit the ring of light, but it was still intact. Get lost! Dang! Lu Ming shouted coldly and swept his blood halberd at the burly man and the Emperor God at the same time. The two of them were shocked and tried to block it at the same time. The blood halberd carried a terrifying killing intent that rolled like a tide and suppressed everything. It blasted toward the two of them. With a bang, their bodies shook violently and they were swept away by Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming stared at the Emperor God and charged at him. He planned to kill Di Shen here. Di Shen was Di Yi's most outstanding junior. If he killed Di Shen, Di Yi would be heartbroken. Who? The blood halberd pressed down and struck at the Emperor God's head. The Emperor God's expression was extremely grave. The space around him trembled like water. Great space-splitting slash. Lu Ming, the Emperor God said in a serious voice. He held the sword with both hands and slashed. The space rolled and a terrible crack was slashed at Lu Ming. This crack had the power to cut through space and could cut through anything. Of course, this was relative. The blood halberd in Lu Ming's hand transformed into the blood sword again. The sword radiance flashed and the space was cut open, including the space crack. This was the terrifying aspect of the 5 slaughter moves. No matter what weapon was used, it could display its power. This was because the 5 slaughter forms were not moves, but focused on intent. Once the intent was there, any weapon could unleash its power. The Emperor God's expression changed drastically, and he retreated rapidly. Kill! Lu Ming's blood-red hair flew in the air. His killing intent surged like a tide. He stepped forward and charged at the Emperor God. Buzz! The Emperor God tried his best to resist, but he was no match for it. He spat out blood and retreated, his face pale. Emperor God was indeed powerful. He had combined space mentality, sword mentality, and golden flame mentality. After his space mentality reached level 4, it became even more mysterious and terrifying. He was even more powerful than Wu Chengkong. However, compared to Lu Ming, he was still a distance away. He was no match at all. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he approached the Emperor God. The Emperor God had no choice but to use instant step, his figure flashing constantly. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming formed a seal with both hands and a sealing gate was formed. Di Shen's expression changed drastically. He had seen Lu Ming use the sealing gate to seal Xueqi and the others and then kill them. Spatial shift. The Emperor God roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his body turned illusory. With a final bang, his body collapsed and turned into an illusion. His real body had long disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he had fled to. Lu Ming looked at the line of defense outside the hall. The Emperor God had passed through space and appeared in a hall outside. What a wonderful space concept. Lu Ming's eyes glinted coldly. He did not continue to pursue him. There were plenty of opportunities to kill the Emperor God. Get lost! He turned around and charged towards the brawny man. The brawny man was currently doing his best to break the small pagoda's formation. Lu Ming charged back and struck out with his palm, causing the burly man to spit blood and fly back. He looked at Lu Ming with an extremely grave expression. On the other side, an expert from each side rushed towards Yang Patian, the unscrupulous monk, and Tuo Bashir. The experts who rushed towards the unscrupulous monk and Tuo Bashir were forced to retreat while spitting out blood. As for the experts who rushed towards Yang Patian, they were trapped by Yang Potion's space mentality and killed in one fell swoop. Yang Patian was very unhappy today. Originally, in the central continent, he was high and mighty. Other than the other 4 of the top 5 young warriors, no one was his match. However, in this trip to the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, Tuo Bashir had appeared first. His combat strength was not weaker than his, and he had fought with him several times. Behind him, Lu Ming and the unscrupulous monk appeared one after another, displaying their shocking combat strength. They were not weaker than him. Moreover, he had never seen them before. This made him extremely unhappy and his heart was burning with anger. Lu Ming took a glance and continued to crack the small pagoda's array. Chapter 1086 Shocking Change. The other experts' expressions were unsightly, but they did not dare to continue snatching. Lu Ming's group of 4 were too powerful and were obviously stronger than them. If they went crazy and attacked them with all their might, they would be in danger. At that moment, no one dared to fight with Lu Ming and the rest. However, After a flash of light in their eyes, they bypassed Lu Ming and the others and rushed into the depths of the hall. There was another door there that led inside. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming continued to attack. His third bloodline turned into a combat sword and slashed at the light shield that protected the small tower. After dozens of attacks, he finally broke the light shield. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He grabbed the small pagoda. It's so hot. Lu Ming felt that his palm was about to be burnt and there was a meaty fragrance. Lu Ming quickly sent the small tower into the mountain and river diagram. Almost at the same time, Yang Patian and the others also broke the formation and kept the treasures. At the same time, the four of them spread out and rushed inside. There was another hole inside. Boom! 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 As soon as he entered the hole, he saw the few experts fighting fiercely. There was only one thing floating in the air of the hole. It was a jade plate. It was crystal clear and exuded a vast and endless pressure. This pressure was too shocking and surpassed everything. It was as if it was the incarnation of the entire heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying and far exceeded the previous emperor's spiritual weapon. What kind of treasure is this? It was too. It's too shocking. Lu Ming was a little stunned. Yang Patian and the others were also stunned. Then their eyes lit up. Judging from its aura, it was beyond an emperor's spiritual weapon. It must be a peerless divine weapon used by someone who had surpassed a martial emperor. It seemed that the Tianxia Academy was right. This was indeed the mansion of someone who had surpassed a martial emperor. A divine weapon used by an existence beyond the martial emperor realm. How terrifying was that? Bas! Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the four of them pounced toward the jade plate. Get lost! Kill! The attacks of these few people were blasted towards those experts. Their faces changed greatly, and they hurriedly blocked it, but retreated with injuries. Damn it! The few of them were furious and extremely aggrieved, but they were helpless. They were truly helpless. They were all Heaven's Pride experts of the previous generation. In their era, they were all powerful figures. They were high and mighty, looking down on Heaven's Pride experts of the same generation. However, after 10 or 20 years, this generation had reached the golden age. Each and every Heaven's Pride expert was more brilliant than them by who knew how many times. Now, even the people of the younger generation were going to berate them and crush them. This made them feel a wave of sadness. This treasure is mine. Yang Potion's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Tuoba Shur shouted coldly, not giving Yang Patian any face at all. I think this treasure is fated with this poor monk. Please don't fight with this poor monk over it. The unscrupulous monk still had a smile on his face, but his fiery eyes betrayed him. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on them. He dashed toward the jade plate. Boom! A golden palm print was aimed at Lu Ming. It was that unscrupulous monk. Benefactor, this treasure is really fated with this little monk. Why do you have to snatch it from this little monk? The monk said. Fate my ass. Stinky monk, get lost. Lu Ming slashed his sword at the heartless monk, and it collided with the golden palm print. Almsgiver, don't be angry. The monk called out, but his palm didn't stop. His body glowed like a golden Buddha, and he struck out a few times with terrifying power. Stinky monk, don't pretend in front of me. It was you who used a fake Saint Mansion token to cause a war, right? Don't think that others don't know. I happened to see it. Lu Ming said loudly. The moment he said that, the monk's face froze. Yang Patian and Tuoba Shur, who were in the middle of a fierce battle, both stopped and looked at the unscrupulous monk with cold eyes. So it was you who was causing trouble. Stinky monk, hand over your life. Yang Patian roared and charged towards the monk. Tuoba Shur also held his mace and charged at the monk. The two of them were filled with killing intent towards the unscrupulous monk. What kind of people were they? How could they be fooled by the unscrupulous monk? They had been trying to find the person behind the scenes. Damn it, it's a misunderstanding, my two benefactors. The unscrupulous monk shouted and jumped up and down, trying his best to resist. Lu Ming moved and pounced on the jade plate. Buzz! All of a sudden, the jade plate trembled and emitted a terrifying pressure. Lu Ming felt as if he was going against the entire heaven and earth. He was crushed by the terrifying pressure and spat out a mouthful of blood as his body fell. Wang wang wang. The jade plate trembled slightly and emitted a supreme light. Countless inscriptions appeared in the hall and formed terrifying chain-like things that danced in the hall. The unscrupulous monk, Yang Patian, and Tuoba Shur couldn't help but stop and look around in shock. They were also shocked by the sudden change. What's going on? At this moment, a group of people rushed in. It was Fairy Tan Xiang, Kong Xian, and the others. Among them were the divine emperors. The people behind had already arrived. When they saw this scene, they were shocked. Who? A black vortex suddenly appeared on the ground, erupting with a terrifying suction and devouring power. Ah, not good, save me. A few of the weaker ones screamed as they were swallowed by the vortex and disappeared. Not good. Lu Ming and the rest soared into the sky, but it was unusually strenuous. The devouring power was too strong and it was trying to pull them down. Save me! A sharp cry rang out. Yin Bupo transformed into his true form, a giant eagle. He flapped his wings desperately, wanting to resist, but he still couldn't resist and was pulled down. He roared and disappeared. At the same time, Kong Xian's figure was also swallowed. A Lavira light shone from between Fairy Tan Xiang's brows, and medicinal pills flew out, forming a pair of wings to support her. However, she was still quickly sinking. Charge out! Lu Ming roared and flew toward Fairy Sandalwood. He grabbed her slender waist and wanted to bring her out of the hall. However, he could not. The devouring power was too terrifying and he could not pull her. Brother Lu, don't worry about me. You can escape on your own. Fairy Tan Xiang pushed Lu Ming and his body fell into the vortex. At this time, Yang Patian and the others tried their best to rush out of the hall, but it was useless. The devouring power was too strong, and they couldn't get out at all. It was the same for Lu Ming. His body was sinking. No! Lu Ming saw a few fourth-level spiritual god realm experts being devoured, including the Divine Emperor and others. In the end, only Lu Ming, Yang Patian, the unscrupulous monk, and Tuoba Shur were still resisting with all their might. Buzz! All of a sudden, the devouring power increased sharply and multiplied several times. Lu Ming and the other three were devoured and rushed into the vortex. The world seemed to spin as if he had rushed into eternal darkness. Lu Ming felt his vision turn black and he could not remember anything. A big dream. The woman in the dream. Lu Ming felt that he was drifting in the eternal darkness. He did not know where he was drifting to. Slowly, his mind became more and more confused as if his memories were fading. Everything that had happened in the past seemed to have become blurry and slowly dissipated. Slowly, Lu Ming became ignorant. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming suddenly sat up. With a creak, he found that he was sitting on a bed. Where is this place? What's wrong with me? I felt like I had a very long dream just now. Lu Ming looked at his surroundings in confusion. At this moment, the door opened and a beautiful young lady walked in. She was 14 to 15 years old and was very beautiful. When she saw that Lu Ming had woken up, she immediately smiled happily and cheered. Brother Ming, you're finally awake. You really scared me. Yao her. Looking at Lu Yao's worried expression, Lu Ming's heart felt warm. He then asked Yao what happened to me. I remember I went to awaken my bloodline 3 days ago. What happened after that? Brother Ming, you went to awaken your bloodline 3 days ago. During the process you suddenly fainted. You have been in a coma for 3 days. In these 3 days, you have been having nightmares and calling strange names like D.E. Brother Ming, are you okay? Lu Yao was a little worried. I'm fine. It's just a nightmare. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He really had a dream, a very, very long dream. But for some reason, the dream in his mind was getting more and more blurry, and he almost couldn't remember it. He only had a vague feeling that in that dream, Lu Yao left him, and he later obtained a treasure, cultivated into a strong man, and went on an adventure on the continent. He only had a vague impression of it, but the more he thought about it, the more blurry and ethereal the dream became. What a strange dream. Lu Ming smiled. He, Lu Ming, was just a useless young master in Fiery Wind City who could not cultivate. Why would he have such a strange dream? Yao, did I fail in my bloodline awakening? Lu Ming asked. Brother Ming. Lu Yao wanted to say something but stopped. Tell me I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. Brother Ming, it's a failure, but it's fine. Even if you can't cultivate, you won't change in Yao Er's heart. My father and your mother have already discussed it. We'll hold our wedding in half a month. Lu Yao blinked his eyes and said. After he finished, he was a little shy and his face was a little red. The wedding will be held in half a month. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. At that moment, he did not know why, but he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. A figure appeared in his mind. The figure was very blurry and he could not see its face clearly. It was someone he had met in his dream. It was a woman. A sense of reluctance surged in Lu Ming's heart. This figure seemed to be very important to him. She. Who was it? Why do I feel my heart ache? Was it really a dream? Lu Ming was stunned and mumbled to himself. Brother Ming, what happened? Don't scare Yao Er. Lu Yao called out. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He came to his senses and smiled. I'm fine. I'm just thinking about that dream again. Brother Ming, it's just a dream. Don't think too much and drink your medicine. Lu Yao picked up the medicine at the side and fed it to Lu Ming. At this moment, two people walked into the room. One was a beautiful woman, and the other was a beautiful teenage girl. Mother Xueqi. Lu Ming called out. Ming, have a good rest. You're going to be the groom in half a month. Li Ping smiled slightly and revealed a doting expression. That's right, young master. Xueqi wants to congratulate you. The young girl at the side said in a sweet voice. Xueqi. Lu Ming looked at Xueqi. In the dream, Xueqi seemed to have become a martial arts genius, but it was only a seemingly feeling. Lu Ming felt that the dream had become more muddled and was slowly fading away as time passed. Ming, you've just woken up, so you should rest well. Don't let your thoughts run wild. Li Ping said. Then, she left the room with Xueqi and Lu Yao. That dream. That's strange. Who is that figure? In the room, Lu Ming was lying on the bed in a daze. Time passed very quickly. As the days went by, Lu Ming's body recovered quickly. The dream in his mind was also becoming more and more blurry. As time passed, it became more and more blurry. He believed that he would completely forget it very soon. But for some reason, every time he thought of that dream, a figure would appear, causing Lu Ming's heart to ache. Who was that figure? Why does it feel so real? Lu Ming muttered. It was a woman's figure, which was hard to erase from his mind. In the Lu clan's backyard, a small stream flowed by. There was a pavilion beside the small stream, and in the pavilion, a young man and a young woman were snuggling up to each other. Brother Ming, Yao is going to marry you tomorrow. I'll never be separated from you again. Lu Yao said in a low voice, his eyes showing anticipation and shyness. Lu Ming hugged Lu Yao, feeling extremely relaxed. The gentle breeze on his Buddha's face revealed a faint floral fragrance. This way. That's good. Lu Ming looked at the sky and thought of this. If he couldn't cultivate, then so be it. If he could live an ordinary life, wouldn't that be good? Lu Ming really enjoyed such a life. That dream was a dream after all. Let it drift away with the wind. Only that figure could not be erased. It would occasionally appear in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, wake up. Suddenly, Lu Ming heard a voice. Lu Ming was stunned. He turned to look around but did not see anyone. Lu Yao was still in his arms, as if he had not heard anything. What are you looking at? I'm here in the stream. The voice rang out again. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly looked at the stream. He saw a little turtle floating in the stream, staring at him. You're talking to me? Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you looking at? If it's not this seat, who can it be? The little turtle berated. Brother Ming, what's wrong? Who are you talking to? Lu Yao looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Lu Ming said, "It's nothing. You heard wrong. Yao you can go back first. I'll go and welcome you tomorrow." Okay. Yao will wait for you." Lu Yao blinked his eyes and jogged away. Immediately after, Lu Ming looked at the little turtle and was extremely surprised. A turtle? No, a turtle can actually speak. Could it be the legendary king-class turtle? No. Senior. Senior. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior. Lu Ming bowed to the little turtle. In his memory, only the legendary king-level demonic beasts could speak. He was shocked to find a king-level demonic beast in the backyard of the Lu family. There might not even be a king-tier demonic beast in the entire Blazing Sun Empire. King-tier my ass. I'm the world turtle, the top of the top 10 war beasts. What king-tier? You're not even fit to carry my shoes. Kid, Lu Ming, you've been hit by an illusion. You're in an illusion. Why don't you wake up? Do you want to sink into it for the rest of your life? The little turtle shouted. Saint stage. Saint. Illusion? An illusion? I remember everything that happened to me clearly. How could I be in an illusion? Senior must be joking. Lu Ming frowned. What a joke. You're Lu Ming. In the real world, your bloodline was deprived by Lu Yao. Fortunately, you got the help of the broken soul of the 9 sons, merged with the blood essence of the 9 dragons, and awakened the bloodline of the 9 dragons. That's how you rose to power. Have you forgotten? The little turtle called out. What? Yao stole my bloodline? Impossible? How is that possible? You're spouting nonsense. Lu Ming had a look of disbelief on his face. However, after hearing what the little turtle said, the dream that he had in the past, the dream that was getting fainter and fainter, actually appeared again. It seemed to have become clearer. Nonsense. You won first place in the Battle of Providence and became the top 1,000 of the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. You're the Zhongzi of the Talisman Amulet Sect. Now that the Talisman Amulet Sect is besieged by Martial Emperor De and is in danger, are you going to just leave it be? Lu Ming's body trembled slightly with every word the little turtle said. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions and he was struggling. The Talisman Amulet Sect, the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming mumbled to himself. He felt that the dream was becoming clearer and clearer, as if it was about to surface. What's his name? I think I had a dream before, and I also had a little turtle. Lu Ming's eyes were even more confused. As the dream slowly emerged, he was in the intersection of the dream and reality. He could not tell which was real and which was fake. Perhaps everything was just a dream. The little turtle's eyes went wide, and he finally cried out, It's fucking called Dandan, and you named it, you bastard. It's so fucking unpleasant to hear. Dandan. Lu Ming muttered to himself and seemed to have thought of something. Also, are you not going to care about your little lover and wife, Xian Yanqing? She was captured by her father and her life is uncertain now. You're giving up just like that? Dandan shouted. Boom, boom, boom. Xian Yanqing's name exploded in Lu Ming's mind like thunder. The figure that could not be erased, the figure that made one's heart ache at the thought of it, suddenly became clear and vivid in Lu Ming's mind. Following that, the dream became clear in Lu Ming's mind. Nianqing, right. I'm now in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion of the Tianxia Academy. This is an illusion. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up and emitted an endless glow. Real and fake, fake and real. Everything is an illusion. My heart won't move. Lu Ming suddenly shouted and threw a punch. Voila! The surrounding scene seemed to have been shattered by Lu Ming's punch. It began to peel away and finally disappeared completely. Lu Ming realized that he was standing in a long corridor. Dan was lying on his shoulder. What a powerful illusion! Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He was extremely shocked. That illusion was too powerful. It erased his true memories and made him fall into an eternal illusion, unable to extricate himself. This time it was really dangerous. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in danger, he might really be trapped in the illusion forever. That would be equivalent to death. At the thought of this, Lu Ming could not help but feel a little scared. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Kid, this place is no small matter. An emperor would definitely not be able to do it. Be careful, I'm hiding. After saying that, Dandan automatically entered the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. He remembered that they had been swallowed by a vortex previously. However, he was the only one around. Yang Patian, Tuo Bashir, and Goddess Tan Xiang were nowhere to be seen. This was a passageway that led straight ahead. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and walked forward. After walking through the passage, they came to a secret chamber. The secret chamber was huge. Above the secret chamber, Lu Ming saw a bead the size of a longan floating. The moment Lu Ming stepped into the secret chamber, the bead suddenly emitted a blinding light. In the light, a figure appeared. The figure sat cross-legged in the air, and the bead was right in the middle of the figure's eyebrows. The figure was not very burly, but the aura it exuded was earth-shattering. It gave Lu Ming the feeling that he was facing the heavenly Tao. The vast might of heaven filled the air. It was irresistible and irresistible. This was Lu Ming's intuitive feeling. When he faced this figure, it was as if he was facing the entire world. It was not that Lu Ming had not felt the majesty of an emperor. The pressure that an emperor emitted was simply child's play compared to this figure. It was as if the emperor was an ant in front of this figure. Gulu! Lu Ming swallowed his saliva and raised his head with difficulty to look at the figure. Fortunately, the unparalleled aura was retracted as soon as it was released. The figure opened its eyes and looked at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to be completely seen through. To actually be able to pass through the illusionary realm I set up, not bad. The figure said. Junior Lu Ming pays his respects to Senior. Lu Ming bowed. He knew that the person in front of him was most likely the legendary existence above the emperor level in Tianxia Academy. He was shocked. It was said that the Saint Mansion's secret realm had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Could this person have lived for hundreds of thousands of years? This was really unimaginable. The figure seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind and said, "Little guy, don't think too much. I can't live that long. What you see is just the saint heart I left behind and a trace of my origin mark. The real me has been dead for many years." Saint heart? Lu Ming was puzzled. He had no idea what the saint heart was. Yes, it's normal that you don't understand. You're located in a remote area on a desolate island, so it's normal that you don't know. Above the emperor realm is the saint realm, also known as the saint realm, which condenses the saint heart. The elder said. The figure casually explained. Saint stage saint. Lu Ming mumbled to himself. He finally knew what was the realm above the emperor realm. It was the saint, the saint. The figure in front of him must be a saint. Yes, you have great luck. Unfortunately, you are not an inscription master. I became a saint through the Tao of inscription when I was alive. Otherwise, I could pass on my legacy to you. The figure suddenly sighed. Inscriber. Inheritance. Lu Ming's eyes were glowing. Although he was not an inscriber, his second body was. His second body had no other thoughts and focused on the Tao of inscriber. Now, he had advanced to an extremely profound realm. It would be great if he was here. Senior, did the others not pass the illusion? Lu Ming asked. No, they all failed, but I won't really make things difficult for them. I've already made them wake up. Look. The saint waved his hand, and images suddenly appeared in the air. He saw Yang Patian, Tuo Bashir, the unscrupulous monk, Kong Xin, and the others in their respective secret rooms, looking around. Fairy Tan Xiang. Lu Ming noticed that Fairy Tan Xiang was the most special. She was sitting cross-legged in a secret room, her entire body glowing, and the Esilavira mental energy fire between her brows was dancing. The Saint's Legacy. This little girl is very talented in the Tao of inscription. Unfortunately, she's still a little lacking. I'll give her some benefits and hope that she can gain something. The saint said. Lu Ming was happy for Fairy Tan Xiang. Although this person had already passed away, he had been a saint when he was alive, an existence that had surpassed emperors. If he said that he had given them some benefits, it was definitely not a small matter. Even emperors would be envious. All right, little guy, since you can come here and pass my test, I won't let you return empty-handed. I'll give you some benefits and then send you out. With that, the saint waved his hand, and those images disappeared without a trace. Senior, wait a moment, this junior might be able to inherit senior's mantle. Lu Ming said hurriedly. You. Hee little fellow, don't talk nonsense. I see that you don't have any mental energy fire at all, so how can you inherit my legacy? The saint smiled indifferently. Has senior ever heard of the twin forbidden spell? Lu Ming said. Twin forbidden spell? The saint frowned slightly, looking confused. He had obviously never heard of it. Senior, the twin forbidden art is able to cultivate a second body. Lu Ming then told her about the twin forbidden technique and what he had learned. When the saint first heard that the twin forbidden technique could actually cultivate a clone that was the same as the original and could be cultivated wholeheartedly, he was extremely shocked. He had never heard of such a strange technique in the world. After hearing that Lu Ming had obtained it in the Battle of Providence, he was relieved. It wasn't strange for one to encounter any kind of fortuitous encounter in the Battle of Providence. This was because this saint had also participated in the Battle of Providence when he was young. There's actually such a secret technique in the world. According to what you've said, not only did your second body inherit your talent, but it also has no distracting thoughts. In this case, it's really suitable for my legacy. The saint sighed, his eyes bright. Back then, due to an accident, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He escaped to the divine wilderness continent and searched for this mystic realm. In order to hide from his enemies, he still died here in the end, leaving behind his saint heart and a trace of his mark. The mark was attached to the saint's heart, which was why it had been preserved for so many years, but it would disappear sooner or later. When a powerhouse was about to die, they did not wish for their lifetime of cultivation and achievements to go to waste. They all wanted to find a suitable successor to pass on their legacy. Lu Ming was undoubtedly the most suitable. But senior, my second body is currently trapped in a place by an enemy. I'm afraid he won't be able to come for the time being. Lu Ming sighed. Oh. How about this, take this formation plate. As long as you give it to your clone and have him activate the inscriptions on it, you'll be able to directly teleport here. The saint took out an array disc and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming received it in joy and thanked the saint again. Yes, my name is Tianxian. You can call me the Tianxian Saint. That's all. I'll send you out now. There's no need to open this secret realm in the future. I'll seal it forever and no one will be able to enter. The profound sky saint was about to send Lu Ming and the rest out. Senior, please wait. Lu Ming called out hurriedly. What? The profound sky saint was stunned. Allow me to change my appearance. Junior still has enemies outside. Lu Ming chuckled and his body transformed again. After a while, his body became thinner and he turned into a young man with a pale face. Even his aura had changed greatly. No one could recognize him now. All right, I'm done. Lu Ming said. The profound sky saint waved his hand, and the space twisted. Lu Ming felt a force pulling him, and his body instantly disappeared. At this moment, Goddess Tanxiang, Yang Patian, and the others, as well as the people outside the Saint Mansion, were all enveloped by a force and disappeared. Tianxia Academy, outside the Wanxiang Jade Wall. The 9 beams of light suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the Myriad Elephant Jade Wall returned to its calm state. What's going on? The crowd was in an uproar, and even many supreme martial artists' faces changed. What's going on? Why did the 9 pillars of light suddenly disappear? Those who went in haven't come out yet. A supreme from a large force said with an ugly expression. Many people looked at a supreme from the Tianxia Academy. I don't know either. Such a thing has never happened before. The Tianxia Academy's supreme martial artist said with a heavy expression. Then, can you open it again? A supreme martial artist asked. The supreme from the Tianxia Academy shook his head, which caused an uproar. There were many people from the major powers in there. For example, the strongest inheritors of the Floating Mountain sect and Devil Mountain were all in there. If they were to be trapped in there, it would be a huge loss. On the other hand, The people from the Heavenly Martial Sword School and Cold Blood Hall were gloating. This was because their successor had been killed by Lu Ming and had come out a long time ago. The most outstanding geniuses of the previous generation had also been killed. Even if the remaining people did not come out, they would not suffer as much as the other forces. At this moment, the space above the Myriad elephant jade wall twisted, and several figures emerged. They're out, they're out. Many people were ecstatic. In the sky, more than 10,000 people appeared. Everyone saw Yang Patian, Goddess Tan Xiang, Kong Xian, and the other heaven's favorites. What's going on? How's the Holy Prefecture? One by one, the supreme martial artists spoke out with excitement in their eyes. They had heard about the Saint Mansion from Wu Chengkong when he was killed. They were all shocked, but they were also looking forward to it. They wanted to rush in them slaviers. An existence that surpassed an emperor wasn't just for show. It was simply too alluring, especially for many supreme beings. They were stuck at the supreme being realm and had never been able to break through to the emperor realm. If they could obtain the inheritance or comprehension of an existence that had surpassed the emperor realm, they might be able to break through. In a flash, Goddess Tan Xiang, Kong Xian, Jun Yu, and the others flew to their respective supremes and explained the situation of entering the Saint Mansion. What? You've all failed. When they heard that Kong Xian and the other Heaven's Pride experts didn't pass the test, everyone sighed and felt very regretful. But then, they turned their eyes to Yang Patian, Tuoba Shi, and the unscrupulous monk. These people had surpassed the second-grade Heaven's Pride and were Heaven's Pride experts of the big shots. Perhaps they had succeeded. My hair is white, my Buddha is merciful, this little monk is ashamed, my heart is not strong, I still need to train. The heartless monk had a solemn look on his face as he chanted the name of Buddha. His face filled with compassion. In the crowd, Lu Ming looked down on him. If he had not seen the monk's true face, he would have thought that this fellow was a respectable senior monk. The unscrupulous monk's words meant that he had also failed. Damn it, that illusionary realm was indeed powerful. Even I couldn't pass it. Tuoba Shi grinned. We're on par. Tuoba Shi, let's fight another day. Yang Patian said coldly. Then, he strode out of the Tianxia Academy and disappeared in a flash. No one stopped him. Not only was Yang Patian a peerless genius, but he also came from the heaven-suppressing divine army. The heaven-suppressing divine army was too powerful. It was the only force that could compete with the ancient Saint dynasty among the 18 overlords of the central continent. It was even more powerful than the heavenly martial sword faction. Heading to Central Continent's holy city. Yang Potion's words were clear. He had also failed. It seemed that no one had succeeded this time. No, there was still one more person. The crowd suddenly thought of something. Where was Lu Shaoqing, the young genius who killed the master of Bloodnet and the experts from Cold Blood Hall, Wu Tsong, Xuefeng and the other fourth-level spiritual god realm experts, and Wu Chengkong? Why isn't he here? Where's Lu Shaoqing? The Supreme of Cold Blood Hall and the Heavenly Martial Sword School scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. They spread out their spiritual consciousness in search of Lu Ming. Supreme Martial Artist, Lu Shaoqing is an expert in disguise. He can even change his aura. He must be in the crowd. Xue Luozi shouted. He had fought with Lu Shaoqing in the city of Dan, so he was very familiar with Lu Shaoqing's appearance and aura. However, Lu Shaoqing's appearance and aura in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion were completely different. If he had not recognized Lu Ming's devouring power, he would not have recognized Lu Ming. Therefore, he knew that Lu Ming was definitely skilled in the art of disguise. Humph. You think I can't find you in a crowd? I'll check them one by one. The supreme martial artist of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction released a terrifying aura. His spiritual sense was like a storm, enveloping Lu Ming and the others who had entered the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Many people's faces changed. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly before returning to normal. Check them one by one. How are you going to check? A supreme martial artist from another power said unhappily. I'll search their souls one by one. The Supreme of Blood Luo sect sneered. Haha, soul search? Who do you think you are? How can my floating mountain sect's disciples let you search their souls? The supreme martial artist of the floating mountains sect laughed. His voice was ice cold. That's right. Who do you think you are? How can I let you search the soul of a disciple of the Sky Eagle Castle? If you want to capture Lu Shaoqing, you have to think of a way. The supreme being of the Sky Eagle Castle sneered. Some of the supreme beings from the Overlord forces looked coldly at the supreme being from Cold Blood Hall, and the supreme being from the Heavenly Martial Sword School. As they were all Overlord forces, they were not afraid of the two. The Heavenly Martial Sword faction and Cold Blood Hall had suffered heavy losses because of Lu Shaoqing, and now they wanted to search their disciples' souls. Wasn't that ridiculous? The supreme beings of Cold Blood Hall and Heavenly Sword School looked terrible. The disciples of the Overlord forces can leave, but the other forces and itinerant cultivators have to stay. We'll search their souls. The supreme martial artist from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction muttered to himself for a moment before speaking. What? You want to search our souls? No, don't be too overbearing. I won't agree to it. This is the Qianxia Academy, not the Qianwu Sword School or Cold Blood Hall. Immediately, the people from the small forces started to shout. Everyone had their own secrets. How could they let others search their souls? Shut up! The supreme martial artist of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction shouted as a vast sword power bloomed out, causing many people to be unable to breathe. Overlord forces were tyrannical. Other than forces of the same level, other forces were like ants in their eyes. In fact, this was the case. Once an emperor appeared, no one could compete with him. Hoo-hoo! At this moment, clouds gathered in the sky. The endless clouds gathered to form a huge face, and an endless imperial pressure spread out. The emperor has appeared. Someone shouted, and many people's faces changed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Everyone in the Qianxia Academy, be it ordinary disciples or supreme martial artists, bowed respectfully. This was because he was the emperor of the Qianxia Academy. The other people also saluted in a hurry. This was a sign of respect for the emperor. Let them go. Since they are in the Qianxia Academy, the Qianxia Academy must ensure everyone's safety. The emperor spoke indifferently, but his words were unquestionable. But the supreme martial artist from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction wanted to say something. No need to say more, go. The king interrupted him. The supreme beings of the Heavenly Martial Sword School and Cold Blood Hall nodded. They had to respect the king's request and finally agreed helplessly. Let's go. The supreme martial artist from the Sky Martial Sword faction glanced at the people from the small forces and the rogue cultivators, then left with the people from the Sky Martial Sword faction. The supreme of Cold Blood Hall also left with his people. After that, the people from the other Overlord forces also left. With a whoosh, the giant face in the sky disappeared without a trace. The Emperor's aura also disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. However, the people from the small forces did not leave. They planned to take the teleportation formation of the Qianxia Academy to leave because the Tianwu Sword Sect and Cold Blood Hall might intercept them outside the Qianxia Academy. It was too dangerous to go out like this. The safest way was to leave through the teleportation array. The Qianxia Academy had no reason to refuse, because taking the teleportation array would cost them a large amount of spiritual crystals and raw stones. They could make a lot of money. Lu Ming was also in the crowd. He also planned to take the teleportation array and leave the Qianxia Academy. In the air, Kong Xian and Goddess Tan Xiang glanced around, presumably looking for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had no intention of showing himself. He found a random mountain peak and sat cross-legged, quietly cultivating. There were too many people now, and they would definitely have to line up at the teleportation array. It would be better to set off in a few days. After the three of them left, Lu Ming made his move. After paying a sum of raw gemstones, Lu Ming stepped into the teleportation array. Sacred City, I'm here. Little Qing. How are you now? Lu Ming's heart stirred. His destination was the sacred city of the Central Continent, the imperial capital of the ancient Saint dynasty, the largest city in the world. The teleportation array flashed and Lu Ming's figure disappeared. The Central Continent's sacred city was the largest city in the divine wilderness. It was the imperial capital of the ancient sacred dynasty. In the 8 directions of the sacred city, there were 8 satellite cities that surrounded and protected the sacred city. These 8 satellite cities all had teleportation formations. If outsiders wanted to enter the Holy City, they could only teleport to the satellite city first, then fly to the Holy City. On this day, the teleportation array of a satellite city in the east flashed and Lu Ming appeared. Lu Ming did not stay in the satellite city. He left the satellite city and soared into the sky, flying towards the sacred city. The distance between the satellite city and the Holy City was at least 10 million miles. However, Lu Ming's current speed was terrifying. He crossed the distance in no time and a huge city appeared in front of him. The first impression Lu Ming had of the Holy City was that it was ancient, weathered, and full of the traces of time. The huge city wall was covered with sword marks, which seemed to describe the ancient history of the sacred city. The central continent's sacred city was huge and grand. However, among all the big cities in the divine wilderness continent, it was definitely not the largest, nor was it considered the top. At the very least, the 9-dragon city of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was much bigger than the sacred city. However, the sacred city was still the #1 city in the world. The Holy City had existed for far too long and had left behind countless legends. There were also countless secrets within. Moreover, there were many entrances to secret realms in the Holy City. In fact, those secret realms could be considered a part of the Holy City. With those secret realms, the Holy City's scope was terrifyingly large. No one knew how many powerful cultivators were hidden in those secret realms or how many secrets they contained. Therefore, although the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central Continent had declined, it was still the most powerful force in the Central Continent. No one dared to underestimate it. Chapter 1091 Changing Identity. Lu Ming flew toward the Holy City and landed on a pipe. He followed the crowd and walked into the city gate. There were soldiers standing guard at the city gates. Lu Ming swept his gaze across them and realized that these soldiers were all spirit embryo realm experts. After a brief check, Lu Ming entered the Holy City. At once, he was greeted with an ancient and simple aura. In the sacred city, any street, palace or house was filled with the aura of time, as if they had crossed time and space from millions of years ago. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth is so rich. It even contains origin qi. Also, I can clearly sense the essence realm of heaven and earth. The entire sacred city is like a large array that continuously gathers the spiritual qi and origin qi of heaven and earth. Lu Ming secretly sighed. If he cultivated here, his cultivation speed would definitely be very fast. The Holy City was divided into the outer city, the inner city, and the core of the palace. Ordinary martial artists, small forces, and itinerant cultivators all lived in the outer city. The inner city was occupied by some of the powerful forces in the sacred city, such as the mansions of the nobles and ministers of the ancient Saint dynasty. Of course, the other overlords of the central continent had branches in the sacred city, and people were stationed there all year round. As for the royal palace, it was where the core members of the Xueqi clan of the ancient Saint dynasty lived. Lu Ming strolled around casually. He was in the outer city now. He was thinking about how to sneak into the palace and find out about Xian Yanqing. After strolling around for a while, Lu Ming walked towards a restaurant. A restaurant was the best place to gather information. After ordering a few dishes and wine, Lu Ming sat down at a table. In another 2 months, the million-year national sacrifice of the ancient Saint dynasty will be here. At that time, the sacred city will be lively again. That's for sure. This is the million-year national sacrifice. How important is it? At that time, not only the overlord forces of Central Continent, but other forces of all sizes will gather in the sacred city. Even forces from Western Desert, Northern Plains, Southern Nether, and Eastern Barren will send people over. That's really lively. It's a rare sight. At that time, all the heavens' favorites from all over the world will gather. This is a rare occasion. That's most likely the case. This generation is really full of experts. When the heavens' favorites gather, there will inevitably be conflicts. Haha. Lu Ming had just sat down when he heard some important news. A million-year national sacrifice? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The Xie family of the ancient sacred dynasty had been established for 1,000,000 years. It was truly shocking. In the entire divine wilderness, which faction could have such a long history? It was too shocking. Even though the ancient Saint dynasty was on the decline, and the various emperors had their own territories, they still had to give the ancient Saint dynasty some respect in name. They still had to listen to the ancient Saint dynasty's orders. Of course, this was only in name. Therefore, even if it was just for show, those powers still had to come to the million-year national sacrifice of the ancient Saint dynasty. At that time, the emperors of some overlord forces might descend. I'm really looking forward to it. When the time comes, the winds and clouds will definitely gather, and experts will be as numerous as clouds. I heard that the Imperial Palace has already issued an order to expand the Imperial Dragon Guards to maintain order in the Holy City and protect the Imperial Palace. There's such a thing? When do you want to start recruiting? I want to try. It has already started today. We've been recruiting for the past half a month, so we can give it a try. However, the Imperial Dragon Guard's recruitment requirements are very high. Without a cultivation of the spirit embryo realm, it's impossible to enter it. Lu Ming continued to listen, and indeed, he heard a lot of news. The Imperial Dragon Guards? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Imperial Dragon Guards were the Imperial Guards of the ancient Saint dynasty. They were responsible for guarding the palace and protecting the safety of the royal family. Didn't he want to sneak into the palace? Wouldn't it be fine if he joined the Imperial Dragon Guards? However, the Imperial Dragon Guard was to guard the palace and protect the royal family. Their identities had to be thoroughly investigated before they could join. Otherwise, if anyone could join, then wouldn't the safety of the royal family be at risk? Lu Ming's gaze shifted. He picked up his wine glass and walked towards a table at the side. 2 big brothers, please. I heard you say that you wanted to join the Imperial Dragon Guards, right? Lu Ming raised his glass and smiled. At this table, there were 2 burly men. One looked to be in his 40s, and the other looked to be in his 30s with a full beard. That's right. What can I do for you, little brother? The strong man with a full beard looked at Lu Ming and asked. This little brother comes from a small force and has just entered the Holy City. I want to find a job and join the Imperial Dragon Guards. I heard the 2 of you talking about this matter just now. Perhaps we can work together in the future, so I wanted to make friends with you. Lu Ming said with a smile. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, their expressions relaxed and they smiled. He's the one who wants to join, so I won't go. However, little brother, the conditions to join the Imperial Dragon Guards aren't low. You need to be at the spirit embryo realm. The 40-odd tough man laughed. That's just as well. This little brother has just broken through to the spirit embryo realm. It's just in time to give it a try. With that, Lu Ming's body emitted a faint aura. It was the aura of the first-level spirit embryo realm. Not only could the illusionary breath technique change one's aura, but it could also hide one's cultivation. Now, Lu Ming was hiding his cultivation to the first level of the spirit embryo realm. When they realized that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the first-level spirit embryo realm, the 2 of them were even more relieved. The burly man with a full beard said, Little brother, you're so young, yet you're able to reach the first level of spirit embryo realm. You can be considered a heaven's favorite. I'm impressed. You're overpraising me, big brothers. Come, let's drink to our heart's content. Lu Ming said generously. Haha, how can I accept this? The man in his 40s laughed. This was the Holy City. The food and wine in any restaurant were not cheap. Since Lu Ming was treating them, the 2 of them had a better impression of him. The 3 of them continued drinking. Lu Ming was new to the Holy City and did not know much about it. He asked the 2 of them for advice and they told him everything they knew. Lu Ming learned that the 2 of them came from a small force outside the Holy City called the Black Spear Sect. They were not far from the Holy City and often came to the Holy City to purchase items. The man in his 40s was called Ma Wu, and the man in his 30s with a full beard was called Ming Lu. Ming Lu, what a coincidence, my name is read backwards, isn't that Ming Lu? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The 3 of them chatted and drank. After 3 rounds of drinking, Ma Wu and Ming Lu drank to their heart's content. Junior brother Ming Lu, since you want to join the Imperial Dragon Guard, then stay here and sign up with little brother Lu. I'll return to the sect first and tell you about your matter. If you work in the Imperial Dragon Guard, it'll be much more convenient for our Black Spear sect in the future. Ma Wu said. All right, senior brother Ma, You can go back first. I'll go and register tomorrow. Ming Lu nodded. After that, Ma Wu bade farewell and left. Lu Ming and Ming Lu found an inn nearby to stay in and planned to register the next day. Very soon, night fell. Lu Ming concealed his aura and entered Ming Lu's room without a sound. Who? Ming Lu had just opened his mouth when Lu Ming struck out with his palm and knocked Ming Lu out. Then he kept Ming Lu into the mountain and river diagram and let Dan Dan inscribe an array, trapping him on the ground. I'm sorry. I'll borrow your identity for a while. I'll definitely compensate you in the future. Lu Ming muttered. His muscles and bones began to wriggle, transforming into Ming Lu's appearance. Then, his aura changed as well, becoming very similar to Ming Lu's. I'm still missing a beard. Lu Ming smiled and left the inn. He bought a fake beard and stuck it on his face. Instantly, he looked exactly like Ming Lu. Even if Ma Wu was by his side, he would not be able to recognize that Lu Ming was a fake. Lu Ming had used Ming Lu's identity to sneak into the Imperial Dragon Guards, waiting for an opportunity to find out Xian Yanqing's whereabouts. As for Ming Lu, he could only temporarily stay in the mountain and river diagram. Joining the Imperial Dragon Guard. The next morning, Lu Ming headed for the registration area for the Imperial Dragon Guards. When he arrived, he was shocked to see that there was already a long line at the registration area. To some of the smaller powers, the Imperial Dragon Guards was a good job. Joining the Imperial Dragon Guards was equivalent to joining the ancient Saint Dynasty, and they would be able to obtain more cultivation resources. Those below the Spirit Embryo Realm, hurry up and leave. We don't need those below the Spirit Embryo Realm. At the registration area, there were a few burly men dressed in long purple robes embroidered with flood dragons. These were the Imperial Dragon Guards. Their auras were very strong. Lu Ming swept his gaze across them and realized that they were all at the 7th level Spirit Embryo Realm or above. There was also an old man sitting at the side, resting with his eyes closed. He was also wearing the clothes of the Imperial Dragon Guards, but his aura was unfathomable. Of course, it could not hide from Lu Ming's senses. Lu Ming discovered that this person was in existence at the 1st level of the Spiritual God Realm. Only those at the Spirit Embryo Realm and above can join. The requirements are too high. Let's go. Some people sighed, shook their heads, and walked away. Take out your identification and report your information. We will go and verify it. After that there will be a test. Because there is a limit to the number of Imperial Dragon Guards that can be recruited this time, there are too many people who have registered. We can't take in all of them. Only the strong can stay. All right, the registration begins now. A burly man said. Then they started to register one by one. Lu Ming waited patiently for a full 2 hours before it was his turn. Lu Ming moved his hand and an identity token appeared. He handed it to one of the Imperial Dragon Guards. This identity token was taken from Ming Lu. It was the identity token of the Black Spear Sect's disciple. Black Spear Sect, clear path. Lu Ming said. The burly Imperial Dragon Guard checked his identity medallion and registered it. We'll send people to verify your identity. If there's any falsehood in it, you'll be killed on the spot. Do you understand? The brawny Imperial Dragon Guard's eyes were cold. Yes, I know. Lu Ming nodded continuously. Yes, wait over there. There will be an assessment later. The brawny Imperial Dragon Guard said. Lu Ming walked to the side and waited patiently. After another 2 hours, the registration ended. There were more than 2,000 people who had signed up. All right, come with me. At this moment, the Spiritual God Realm Elder stood up and said indifferently. He then strode inside with Lu Ming and the rest following behind. Soon, they arrived at a military camp. There was a huge stone tablet in the middle of the camp. This stone tablet can test your cultivation. You just have to channel your true chi into the stone tablet and we will know your cultivation. There are 2,000 people who have registered this time, but we only want 200 people. Therefore, we will only accept those whose cultivation ranks are in the top 200. Now, the assessment begins. The old man announced. After that, the applicants went up to take the test one by one. As long as one put their true essence into the stone tablet, the stone tablet would light up. Through the light one could tell their cultivation level. He started testing them one by one. Lu Ming realized that many of them had a cultivation of the first-level spirit embryo realm. There were a lot fewer second-level spirit embryo realm cultivators, and even fewer third-level spirit embryo realm cultivators. Very soon, it was Lu Ming's turn. Just in case, I'd better input a little more true qi. Lu Ming thought to himself. He was only taking in 200 people. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, Lu Ming planned to input more essential core. He walked to the stone tablet and pressed his hand on it. Lu Ming channeled his essential chords. Buzz! The stone tablet shook, and 7 Silavira lights flashed. Enough! Lu Ming kept his essential core. 7 Silavira rays of light represented the cultivation of the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. This way, it should be foolproof and he would definitely be accepted. 7th level spirit embryo realm. The spiritual god realm elder's eyes lit up. Those who came to sign up were usually people from small forces, and their cultivation levels were not too high. Those who had too high a cultivation level would not join the Imperial Dragon Guards, and there were not many who had reached the 7th level of the spiritual embryo realm. Not bad. The spiritual god realm elder nodded. The test continued. Not long after, the test was completed. Lu Ming discovered that there were only 3 people who had reached the 7th level spirit embryo realm, and only 1 person who had reached the 8th level. There was no one who could go higher. This made Lu Ming touch his nose. Was his performance too outstanding? All right, the test is over. The top 200 will stay in the military camp for the time being and wait for our news in a few days. The spirit god elder ordered. Those who were not in the top 200 could only sigh and leave. Lu Ming and the group were led to their rooms. For the next few days, Lu Ming stayed in the military camp. He cultivated while waiting for news. 3 days later, the news came that Lu Ming had been recruited and had officially become a member of the Imperial Dragon Guards. The 4 of you are very good. I have temporarily arranged the positions of deputy flag for you. If you perform well in the future, it will not be a problem for you to be promoted. Also, the positions you need to guard have been arranged. Someone will inform you in a moment. After the spirit god elder finished his announcement, he gave each of them a token that represented the secondary flag. The flag in the Imperial Dragon Guard meant an official position. One banner had 500 people. The main banner could command 500 Imperial Dragon Guards, and the deputy banner was not small either. This was because their cultivation was profound. No matter where they were, strength was everything. Not long after, someone sent Lu Ming the Imperial Dragon Guard's robe and the news that they would be guarding the position. The 4 of them were naturally separated. The 8th Prince's Guards. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. His temporary duty was to be the 8th Prince's Guard. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a strange look. From what he knew, the 8th Prince was Xie Zhen. Wasn't Xie Zhen the one who took Xian Yanqing away from 9 dragons? What a coincidence. I just happened to ask Xie Zhen about little Qing. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. There were 200 people who had joined them, but there were more than 30 people who were grouped with Lu Ming. They were all the 8th Prince's guards. Soon after, a skinny man in his 40s came to Lu Ming and the rest. I am your commander. My name is Shi Feng. From now on, you will follow me. Now, follow me to the 8th Prince's mansion. The scrawny man swept his gaze across them, especially Lu Ming, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. This Shi Feng seems to be hostile to me, but this is the first time I've seen him. Strange. Lu Ming frowned slightly and thought to himself. The 8th Prince's mansion was in the inner city. It was very wide like a villa, and it was 100 miles wide. These Imperial Dragon Guards couldn't directly enter the 8th Prince's residence, so they stayed in a military camp outside the residence. In the military camp outside the 8th Prince's residence, Lu Ming and the others gathered. Shi Feng stood on the platform and looked down on everyone with a cold expression. I'll tell you some things right now. The first and foremost order of the Imperial Dragon Guard is to obey orders and protect the safety of the Imperial family with your lives. Also, let me tell you, the Imperial Dragon Guard is full of experts. Don't be so proud of your strength. There are many more in the Imperial Dragon Guard who are stronger than you. Any one of them can easily suppress you. Do you understand? After saying that, Shifeng's gaze swept across Lu Ming. Chapter 1093 Collecting Fees. Lu Ming frowned. He had a feeling that Shifeng's words were directed at him. However, he had never met Shifeng before. Why was he targeting him? Could it be that this Ming Lu had offended Shifeng before? Lu Ming thought to himself. After Shifeng finished speaking, he turned around and left. Then, someone arranged their accommodation. Lu Ming was the deputy flag-bearer and he had a small courtyard. There was another person who lived in Lu Ming's courtyard and helped him. This person was also a newly joined Imperial Dragon Guard. He looked to be in his 50s and was quite shrewd. His name was Sun Lin. Lord Vice Commander, you have to be careful. Sun Lin reminded them as they arrived at the courtyard. Oh, what do you mean by that? Lu Ming asked. Deputy Commander, you should be able to feel that General Shi's words are actually meant for you. Sun Lin said. Oh, do you know why? Lu Ming asked. He was also very curious. Vice Bannerlord has just arrived, so you probably don't know the rules of the Imperial Dragon Guard. In the Imperial Dragon Guard, everything is decided by strength. Those who are strong, as long as they make a contribution, can be promoted. Deputy Sir, your cultivation is at the 7th level Spirit Embryo Realm, while General Shifeng's cultivation is only at the 6th level Spirit Embryo Realm. Your cultivation is higher than his. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. You mean, Shifeng is worried that I will threaten his position? Vice Commander is wise. The reason why Shifeng was able to get the position of the Chief Commander was because he had an elder brother who was the personal bodyguard of His Highness, the 8th Prince. That's why he was able to get the position of the Chief Commander and command 500 Imperial Dragon Guards. Moreover, the highest person in this banner was only at the 6th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm, so Shifeng was able to hold the position of the Chief Commander very steadily. However, Vice Commander's cultivation is higher than his. As long as Vice Commander makes some contributions, it would be very normal for him to surpass Shifeng and even replace him. Of course, Shifeng won't be nice to you. He might even do something to you in secret. Sun Lin explained. Lu Ming smiled. So that was the case. However, he didn't take it to heart. Shifeng was just a mere Shifeng. He could suppress him with one finger. There was no need to take it to heart. After chatting for a while, Lu Ming walked into the room and sat down cross-legged to begin comprehending the essence realm of heaven and earth. Previously, in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, Lu Ming had devoured many intent runes of powerful cultivators. Not only had he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he had also made progress in the intent of heaven and earth. His thunder mentality and wind mentality had broken through to the 4th level lower tier respectively. With the addition of his fire mentality, 3 of his mentalities had already reached the 4th level lower tier. Now, he was fully focused on comprehending the earth mentality and the water mentality. There was nothing much for the first 2 days. The Imperial Dragon Guards were usually very free when they had nothing to do. After all, they were all martial artists. They didn't need to patrol like ordinary people. When they had nothing to do, they just needed to cultivate in peace. They would only be dispatched when there was an emergency. On the evening of the 3rd day, Lu Ming heard some movements outside. He ended his cultivation, opened the door and walked out. In the courtyard, there were 2 people. One was Sun Lin, and the other was a skinny middle-aged man. At this moment, Sun Lin took out a storage ring and handed it to the skinny middle-aged man. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man took the storage ring. When he saw Lu Ming, he chuckled and walked over to him. "You're Ming Lu? Not bad." Lu Ming said. "I was just about to look for you. Since you have joined the Imperial Dragon Guard, General Shifeng will take care of you in the future, allowing you to reap the greatest benefits and lead a good life. However, General Shifeng can't work for free. You have to show some appreciation, understand?" The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man stretched out his hand and pinched his fingers. He then chuckled. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up. He understood now. It turned out that this skinny monkey was sent by Shifeng to collect benefits. Needless to say, Every new member would be patronized. He was really greedy. Tell me, how much do you want? Lu Ming said. You're the deputy. You have a higher position, so of course you have to pay more. The others are worth 50,000 raw stones, so you can just give them 200,000. Skinny Monkey chuckled. 50,000? 200,000? The smile at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth grew wider. That was really ruthless. An average person would need 50,000 origin stones. To an ordinary spirit embryo realm martial artist, this was definitely a huge burden. And to him, he asked for 200,000. This was 200,000 raw gemstones. It was not a small amount, and it was difficult for a normal spirit embryo realm to take it out. It was a lion's mouth. Unfortunately, I don't have that many raw gemstones. Please leave. Lu Ming said indifferently. No. Don't try to fool me. You're a 7th level spirit embryo realm martial artist. Do you really think that you don't have 200,000 yuan in your entire fortune? The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man sneered. Oh, even if I have 200,000 yuan, if I give it all to you, what will I use to cultivate? Lu Ming said. I don't care about this. It's your own business. If you can't take it out, you'd better get out of the Imperial Dragon Guard as soon as possible. Otherwise, without the protection of the chief commander, you won't even know how you died in the future. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man's face was gloomy as he threatened. Hee hee. Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed and said, I need Shifeng's protection. What a joke. All right, get lost now or I'll throw you out. How dare you laugh at the chief commander? You're so bold. You're looking for death. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man shouted. Get lost. You're courting death. Lu Ming bellowed and took a step forward. His terrifying aura exploded and pressed down on the skinny monkey-like middle-aged man. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. He took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ming, just you wait, you're dead. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man ran out with a face full of resentment. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Vice Commander, if you offend him like this, I'm afraid Shifeng will come later. Sigh. Sun Lin sighed, a little worried. He's just a clown, what's there to be afraid of? Lu Ming said casually. Shifeng is fine. However, his elder brother is the 8th prince's personal bodyguard, a 1st-level spiritual god realm expert. Sun Lin said, a hint of fear in his eyes. If a spiritual god realm master wanted to kill them, it would be no different from killing an ant. Oh, Lu Ming replied indifferently. He looked calm and sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard casually as if nothing had happened. Sun Lin was full of worry. After a while, boom! The door to the courtyard was blasted open. Shifeng walked in with a few trusted aides, his face dark. Minglu, you injured the other Imperial Dragon Guards for no reason. I suspect you have ulterior motives. Why aren't you obediently kneeling down to accept your punishment? Shifeng shouted loudly, directly pinning a crime on Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at Shifeng indifferently and said, What an idiot. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get lost. How dare you? You dare to offend your superior, and your crime will be doubled. Your cultivation will be crippled, and you will be expelled from the Imperial Dragon Guards. Shifeng shouted. Hee hee, Shifeng, why don't you try? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Get out of here. Humph, you still dare to resist. Shifeng said in a deep voice. He did not believe that Lu Ming would dare to resist. Shifeng's elder brother was a 1st-level spiritual god realm expert and the 8th prince's personal guard. If Lu Ming dared to lay a hand on him, he would be courting death. Moreover, he had learned a rather powerful martial arts technique from his brother. He was also quite talented. Even if Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level higher than his, he was not afraid to fight him. Lu Ming did not answer Shifeng. Instead, he stood up and walked toward Shifeng. 3 breaths have passed. It seems like I have to do it myself and throw you out. How dare you? You really dare to attack me? Everyone, let's attack together and suppress this person. Xuefeng shouted angrily. His aura burst out and he charged at Lu Ming. Besides Xuefeng, the other three also made their moves. Their auras erupted, and they were actually all at the 6th level spirit embryo realm. These few people were the strongest in this banner, and they usually followed Xuefeng's lead. The four of them joined forces and their momentum was not weak. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, they were no different from children playing house. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming kicked. The moment this kick was kicked, it turned into 4-leg shadows. Bang! 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 All the attacks of Xuefeng and the other three turned into bubbles under Lu Ming's feet. The soles of Lu Ming's feet were imprinted on their faces. With 4 screams, Xuefeng and the other three were sent flying out of the yard like 4 cannonballs. Their screams echoed in the night sky, and then they flew further and further away. There was still the skinny monkey-like middle-aged man who hadn't left. At this moment, his eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. His entire body was trembling non-stop, and his face was pale. He was scared. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so bold that he even dared to hit Xuefeng. Most importantly, he did not expect that Lu Ming not only dared to fight, but his combat strength was also so strong. He sent Xuefeng and the other three flying with 1 kick. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level higher than Xuefeng's group of 4, Xuefeng's group had 4 people, yet they were unable to put up any resistance. It could be seen that Lu Ming's combat strength was stronger than an ordinary 7th level spirit embryo realm. At this moment, he looked at Lu Ming in fear. Get lost! Lu Ming berated. Yes, I'll get lost now. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man turned around and was about to leave. I told you to get lost, not to leave, Lu Ming said coldly. This. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man's face was pale. It seems like I have to do it myself. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Don't. The skinny monkey-like middle-aged man was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He could only lie on the ground in humiliation and roll out of the courtyard. Then, he got up and ran away. This. Vice Commander, I'm afraid he won't let you off the hook for offending Xuefeng. Sun Lin was full of worry. He was not worried about Lu Ming. He was afraid that he would be implicated by Lu Ming. What are you afraid of? Lu Ming said casually and went back to his room to cultivate. With a wave of his hand, many bottles, jade boxes, and iron boxes appeared in the room. There were more than 100 of them, all of which he had obtained from the Saint Mansion in the secret realm. Lu Ming did not check it previously. Now was the perfect time to check it. This is a spirit refining pill. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he saw the jade bottles. Those jade bottles were actually spirit refining pills. The spirit refining pill was made from the main ingredients of the spirit refining fruit. If it was frequently consumed by a perfected spirit embryo, it could greatly increase the chances of breaking through to the spirit god realm. If a spirit god powerhouse consumed it, it could condense the spirit god and strengthen their spiritual consciousness. There were dozens of jade bottles here, all of which were filled with spirit refining pills. There were 9 pills in each jade bottle, and there were at least a few hundred spirit refining pills in there. Following that, Lu Ming looked at other things. Many of the others were elixirs, very precious elixirs, and most of them were not inferior to the spirit refining elixir. There were also various precious materials that Lu Ming could not name. He kept them away. Finally, with a thought, a small fiery red pagoda appeared. An emperor spiritual weapon. As soon as the fiery red tower appeared, it trembled slightly as if it was about to leave. However, Lu Ming's essential core spread out and enveloped the small tower. If I refine an emperor weapon, it will definitely increase my strength. However, it won't be that easy. With my current cultivation, even if I refine it, I won't be able to unleash much of its power. I'll wait until I have some free time to refine it. At the thought of this, Lu Ming kept the small pagoda. Then, he took out the spirit refinement elixir and refined it to condense his spirit soul. Time slowly passed. Tonight, there was no movement. The next day, during the day, there was also no movement. On the second night, Lu Ming made his move. He asked Dandan to inscribe an array that could conceal his aura for him, and his body cut through the void like a ghost, heading towards the 8th Prince Xueqi's mansion. Lu Ming planned to enter Xueqi's residence to see if he could find out anything about Xian Yanqing. The 8th Prince's residence was naturally guarded by the Imperial Dragon Guards. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation and the aura concealing formation that he had set up, the Imperial Dragon Guards could not detect him at all. The 8th Prince's mansion was huge, with many palaces and pavilions. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual sense to check his surroundings. After a while, his eyes lit up. He moved and appeared above a palace. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense, and the situation below the palace was imprinted in his mind. It was clearer than what he could see with his eyes. This was the wonder of spiritual sense. Below, in a room, two figures were discussing something. One of them was Shi Feng, and the other was in his 50s. He was burly and looked quite dignified. "Big brother, you have to avenge me. That new deputy is so arrogant that he even dared to hit me. He's obviously not giving you face." Shi Feng cried. This burly man in his 50s was the 8th Prince's personal bodyguard, a first-level spiritual god realm expert. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation was at the second level of the spiritual god realm. The spiritual god he cultivated was very powerful, and his spiritual consciousness was powerful. How could the other party discover him? "All right, I know about this. This Ming Lu is really bold. However, I'm a spiritual god realm expert and the 8th Prince's personal guard. If I attack him directly, I'm afraid I will be criticized by the others. How about this? I have a way to get rid of him." Having said that, Shi Feng's elder brother began to use voice transmission. Lu Ming could not hear the rest. "Hee, I'd like to see how you're going to get rid of me." Lu Ming sneered. Then, he left the place in search of the 8th Prince's residence. Not long after, Lu Ming finally found the 8th Prince in the depths of the mansion. The 8th Prince was indeed Xueqi. After not seeing him for a few years, Xueqi had matured a little, and his cultivation had also become much stronger. At this moment, Xueqi was high up in the air, sitting on top of a large hall. Below him, a few people were kneeling there, reporting to him. Bang! Xueqi suddenly slammed the table and shouted coldly. "What? They failed again. What a bunch of trash." 8th Prince, although the 16th Princess is in the Abyss Demon Realm, her talent is too high, and her cultivation progress is too terrifying. All the people we sent were killed by her. One of them answered. News of Xian Yanqing. The 16th Princess? Little Qing? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his eyes suddenly revealed a cold killing intent. From what he had just said, Xian Yanqing was in the demon realm. Moreover, Xueqi had sent people to kill him. At that moment, Lu Ming's killing intent was extremely strong. However, he felt as if a huge rock had been lifted off his chest. At least, Xian Yanqing was fine and alive. Humph, I really don't know what my father is thinking. She's an alien, a bitch born of a lowly servant. My father didn't kill her directly or suppress her in the demonic flames of the Abyss Demon Realm, but just imprisoned her in the Abyss Demon Realm and let her fight with the demonic creatures. She's really lucky. Xueqi's face was dark and his voice was cold. 8th Prince, what should we do next? One of them asked. This bitch hates me to the bone. If I let her live, I'll always feel uneasy. Xueqi said with a cold face. 8th Prince, in my opinion, you don't need to worry too much. His Majesty the Sage Emperor didn't kill her, most likely because of the father-daughter relationship. However, the 16th Princess is a rare species, after all, and is a great taboo for our Sage Emperor clan. Even if His Majesty didn't kill her, he wouldn't let her out of the Abyss Demon Realm. She will most likely spend her life in the Abyss Demon Realm. Below, a person said. That may be the case, but this bitch's talent is really too high. As long as she's not dead, I can't rest at ease. Xueqi said with a dark expression. 8th Prince, should we continue to send more people? Let's wait for a while. The 1,000,000-year national sacrifice will be held in less than 2 months. During this period, my father has not been in secluded cultivation and is paying attention to the big and small matters. It's not a good time to make a move. After the 1,000,000-year national sacrifice, we'll send experts into the demon realm and kill him in one fell swoop. Xueqi's eyes were sinister. Creak. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. He almost could not control the killing intent in his body. Who is it? However, it only leaked out a little bit and was sensed by an expert. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure moved and he left the place. In an instant, he appeared 100 miles away and returned to the dormitory. He really wanted to slap Xueqi to death, but he knew that it wasn't the time yet. He had to find the entrance to the demon realm and save Xian Yanqing. If he killed Xueqi now, he would definitely alert the enemy. Now, he could only let Xueqi live for a while longer. However, Lu Ming swore that he would kill Xueqi sooner or later. From then on, Lu Ming would find time to wander around every day and try to find out more about the Abyss Demon territory. Unfortunately, he found nothing. It seemed that very few people knew about the Abyss Demon territory. Lu Ming guessed that the Tartarian demonic realm was most likely a plane or a secret realm. The entrance was most likely somewhere in the palace. On the other hand, other than going out to inquire, Lu Ming would be refining the spirit refinement pill and comprehending the intent realm. The divine refinement pill could not directly increase Lu Ming's cultivation level. However, it could make the spiritual god more condensed and the spiritual sense would become stronger. The stronger the spiritual god was, the more beneficial it would be for his future cultivation. 3 days later, Lu Ming was cultivating when Shi Fang came again. Lu Ming walked out of the room and looked at Shi Fang indifferently. What's wrong? You want to get beaten up again? Humph. Shi Fang's face turned ugly. He snorted and said, I'm here to inform you that there's a mission. The 8th prince is going to the Beast Mountain to hunt. We need to go together. Let's go. All right. Lu Ming smiled and strode outside. Shi Fang looked at Lu Ming's back and a cold smile appeared at the corners of his lips. The Imperial Dragon Guards gathered and followed Xueqi, heading towards Beast Cry Mountain. Beast Cry Mountain was a boundless mountain range. Countless ferocious beasts lived in it. It was a hunting ground for the royal family, and it was specially used for the Xie family's descendants to train their cultivation. The disciples of the Xie family would often come to the Beast Cry Mountain to hunt. In fact, they would enter the Beast Cry Mountain to fight with ferocious beasts. There was a huge military camp outside the Beast Cry Mountain. There were residences and guards. Shi Fang, you lead the Imperial Dragon Guards and follow me into the mountains, but you don't have to protect me. You guys split up and hunt, and we'll compete to see who can kill more and stronger fierce beasts. How about it? Looking at the Beast Cry Mountain, Xueqi was in high spirits. 8th Prince, how can we be compared to you? Shi Fang smiled. It's fine. There are also experts in the Imperial Dragon Guards. Try your best to compete with the half-prince, and I will reward those who perform well. Xueqi laughed. All right, I'll bring them along. Shi Fang bowed. Then let's go. With a wave of his hand, Xueqi led the way and flew towards Beast Cry Mountain. Shi Fang and the others also flew towards Beast Cry Mountain. Could it be that you want to get rid of me in Beast Cry Mountain? Lu Ming thought in his heart. He guessed that Shi Fang's big brother might attack him at the Beast Cry Mountain. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. If the other party was looking for death, he did not mind giving them a ride. After flying into Beast Cry Mountain, the group dispersed. Lu Ming flew towards the depths of the Beast Cry Mountain, feeling a little bored. The ferocious beasts in the outer area of Beast Cry Mountain were of a very low level. When some king-level and spirit sea-level ferocious beasts saw Lu Ming, they would run away without a trace with just a glare from him. After half an hour, no one made a move. Still not moving. Lu Ming muttered. He sat cross-legged on an obvious boulder and waited. After 2 hours, no one made a move on him. It seems like I was wrong. They won't fight here. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was a little surprised. Forget it. I guess Xueqi's hunting is about to end. I'll just kill a few to deal with it. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he soared into the sky. Ga! Ga! After a while, screeches were heard and a group of Sila-Vera eagles flew past. As soon as they saw Lu Ming, more than 10 of them screeched and pounced on him. It's you guys! Lu Ming flicked his fingers and long spears were formed, shooting at the Sila-Vera condor. 5 of the Asilavira eagles were pierced by the spear radiance. The remaining eagles screeched in fear and fled. Lu Ming did not pursue them. He used his vital essence to carry the 5 eagles and flew back to the military camp. These 5 eagles were equivalent to the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, which was more or less enough. In the military camp, Xie Zhen and the others had already returned. On the ground of the military camp, there were ferocious beasts of various shapes and sizes. The 8th prince is really amazing. In just a few hours, you actually killed 3 8th level spirit embryo realm and 3 7th level spirit embryo realm beasts. The 8th prince is indeed a heaven-bestowed genius. This lowly one is impressed. Shifeng stood in front of Xie Zhen and flattered him. This is nothing. You guys can cultivate well. Xie Zhen said humbly, but the pride on his face could not be hidden. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm, and it was a pretty good achievement to be able to hunt 3 8th and 7th level spirit embryo realm beasts in less than 3 hours in the vast Beast Cry Mountain. All of a sudden, Shifeng's gaze turned to the horizon and he saw Lu Ming flying back, dragging 5 Asilavira eagles behind him. The reason to take action. He threw the 5 eagles to the ground, causing the ground to shake slightly. This is a Asilavira condor. All 5 of them are Asilavira condors, so powerful. Moreover, 5 Asilavira condors of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. Xueqi is actually so powerful that he could actually hunt 5 Asilavira condors of the 8th level spirit embryo realm in less than 3 hours. It's really amazing. Lu Ming's return caused a wave of exclamations. The Imperial Dragon Guards at the scene were in a heated discussion. Although Lu Ming had only killed 5 demonic beasts, they were all at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. In terms of value, they had already surpassed Xie Zhen. This made Xie Zhen's face turn gloomy. Besides Xie Zhen, Shifeng's older brother sneered. General Shifeng, who is this? Xie Zhen asked. 8th Prince, this is the new deputy flag. He's called Ming Lu and has a cultivation of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. Shifeng answered. Oh, so it's the new vice flag bearer. Xie Zhen's gaze shifted to Lu Ming. When he saw that Lu Ming had only casually cupped his fists at him without a trace of respect, he felt even more displeased. Xie Zhen strode towards Lu Ming and said, Sub-Banner Ming's combat power is amazing. I admire you. Half-princes like people with strong combat power. Sub-Banner Ming, I'm itching to fight. How about you fight with me? A battle? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. That's right. Fight with me. Use all your strength and don't hold back. Don't worry, you can't hurt me. Bang! As Xie Zhen spoke, he slowly walked up. His body emitted an intense golden light, and his aura grew. He had awakened a 5th level divine level bloodline, so his combat power was very strong. Ordinary 7th level spirit embryo realm martial artists were no match for him at all, so he was full of confidence. At the side, the others scattered far away. Shifeng and his brother looked at each other and sneered. Make your move. Boom! Xie Zhen threw a punch at Lu Ming. A golden fist ray howled through the sky and headed straight for Lu Ming. A long spear was condensed in Lu Ming's hands. He came from the Black Spear sect and he used a long spear. Buzz! With a shake of the spear, the tip of the spear trembled, stirring up the wind and clouds as it pierced toward Xie Zhen's fist radiance. Bang! Xie Zhen's fist radiance was pierced by the spear and collapsed. What? Xie Zhen's eyes narrowed, and a hint of killing intent flashed in them. Boom! Boom! Following that, the golden light on Xie Zhen's body grew even more intense as he continuously punched out. Endless golden light boiled and enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spear trembled, creating spear flowers that bloomed in the air. Bang! Bang! A dense collision sounded, and the fist radiance and spear flower disappeared without a trace. Back in 9 Dragons, Xie Zhen's cultivation had been at the peak of the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Now that more than 3 years had passed and Xie Zhen was in the ancient Sane dynasty, he definitely had a lot of resources. His cultivation had risen to the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm, and his combat strength was indeed not bad. Ordinary 8th level spirit embryo realm cultivators were no match for him and would be killed by him. However, he was facing Lu Ming, who was trying his best to suppress his power. After dozens of moves, he still could not take down Lu Ming. Killing intent flashed in Xie Zhen's eyes. A 100-meter-tall burly man in golden armor appeared above his head. He held a long spear and had 5 golden chakras shining, making him look like a god. Xie Zhen turned into a ray of light and entered the body of the golden-armored man. Kill! The burly man in golden armor bellowed. The golden spear in his hand emitted a dazzling light as he stabbed toward Lu Ming. The huge spear whistled through the air with terrifying might. What a strong killing intent! He wants to kill me. A cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. If not for the fact that he was worried about alerting the enemy, he would have killed Xie Zhen right away. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and his body soared into the sky. The spear's radiance that was condensed in his hand grew rapidly. It became 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. He swept the spear at the burly man in golden armor. Boom! The 2 spears collided, and the entire camp shook. The burly man in golden armor trembled and was forced to retreat by Lu Ming's spear. Buzz! Lu Ming rushed over directly. The huge long spear smashed down fiercely from top to bottom with the force that could split a mountain. Boom! The long spear hit the burly man in golden armor heavily, causing his body to shake violently, and he almost fell to the ground. Then, Lu Ming changed the momentum of his spear to a horizontal sweep, which landed heavily on the burly man in golden armor. The burly man in golden armor let out a blood-curdling screech as his body crumbled and transformed back into Xie Zhen's appearance. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. How dare you injure the 8th prince? You're courting death. Bang! Shi Feng's elder brother, Shi Zhang, took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming. The aura of the first level of the spiritual god realm burst out from his body. A terrifying pressure filled the air above the military camp. Many people's faces changed drastically. The pressure of the spiritual god realm was too strong. Many people trembled and broke out in cold sweat. However, Lu Ming was as calm as a Buddha's face. He did not feel anything at all. He glanced at Shi Zhang casually and said, "The 8th prince just told me to use my full strength. I'm just following the 8th prince's order." You still dare to quibble? The 8th prince is a precious and noble man, and you actually dare to injure him. You have no respect for your superiors, and you deserve to die 1,000 times. I'll cripple you now and lock you in the heavenly prison to reflect on your actions. Shi Zheng's eyes were cold, and a sneer hung on the corner of his mouth. At the side, Shi Feng was even more smug. He glared at Lu Ming fiercely. Behind Shi Zhang, Xie Zhen's expression was dark and ugly, but he did not stop Shi Zhang. As Shi Zhang had said, Lu Ming actually dared to injure him. He deserved to die. Ha ha ha, this is ridiculous. The 8th prince personally ordered me to use my full strength. I was just following the order and accidentally injured the 8th prince, but you still want to attack me. Who will listen to him in the future? Lu Ming laughed heartily, not feeling the slightest bit of fear. He finally understood that this was all Shi Zheng's scheme. Shi Zheng understood Xie Zhen very well and knew that Xie Zhen was narrow-minded. If Lu Ming were to compete with Xie Zhen and win or even injure Xie Zhen, he would definitely die. Even if Lu Ming did not kill more ferocious beasts than Xie Zhen, Shi Zhang would still find a way to let the 8th prince spar with Lu Ming. Today, everything was going more smoothly than Shi Zhang had expected. The number of ferocious beasts that Lu Ming had killed had actually surpassed Xie Zhen's. This made Xie Zhen unhappy with Lu Ming and he wanted to fight Lu Ming directly. There was no better outcome than this. Before the battle began, Xie Zhen had already harbored the intention to kill Lu Ming. If Lu Ming's combat strength was not up to par and he was not a match for Xie Zhen, he would most likely be killed on the spot. If Lu Ming's cultivation level and combat strength were higher than Xie Zhen's, then Xie Zhen's killing intent would definitely be stronger and Lu Ming would be dead. Therefore, regardless of whether Lu Ming won or lost, he was dead. Audacious! Impudent! Who do you think you are? You're insulting the 8th prince. Your entire family should be executed. Shi Feng shouted from the side. As for Xie Zhen, the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. A lowly ant dared to speak to him like that. He should be killed 10,000 times. Boom! Shi Zheng's killing intent burst out. He stepped forward and the pressure of the spiritual god pressed toward Lu Ming. Chapter 1097 Transfer to the Law Enforcement Army. It seems that I can't use this identity. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He planned to take action directly and kill Shizhang, Shifeng and Xueqi together. At this moment Haha, eighth brother, what's up? Why is it so lively? A loud laugh was heard, and then a rumble came from the sky, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping over. There were about a few hundred cavalrymen, each of them riding a fiery red warhorse. These warhorses were covered in fiery red scales, and there were 2 dragon horns on their heads. Flames were dancing all over their bodies, making them look very mighty. This was a dragon horse, and it was said that it had the bloodline of a true dragon. A powerful dragon horse was no weaker than a flood dragon. There were hundreds of people, all of them riding dragon horses. The leader was a young man with a slender figure. He was wearing fiery red armor and fiery boots. His hair was loose and his eyes were like lightning. His aura was powerful. 10th Prince. Many people cried out in alarm. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon horse stomped on the air and appeared above the military camp. Your subordinate greets the 10th Prince. Shizhang, Shifeng, and the others quickly knelt down in the 10th Prince's heart, their eyes filled with respect. 10th brother, why have you come? Xueqi's expression was a little ugly. As he looked at the young man before him, there was a hint of jealousy and respect in the depths of his eyes. The 10th Prince, Xueqi, was a peerless heaven's favorite. Among all the children of the current Saint Emperor, he was one of the top existences. He was a second-class heaven's favorite whose name shook the central continent. His cultivation was powerful, and he had even stepped into the spiritual god realm. His status in the ancient Saint dynasty was not something that Xueqi could compare to. In the imperial family, Xueqi's existence was second only to Xuan. 8th brother, you can come here to hunt but I can't? What are you guys doing? It seems like he wants to attack one of your subordinates. What's going on? You tell me. The 10th Prince, Xueqi, pointed at one of the imperial dragon guards and ordered. His tone was arrogant and unquestionable. The imperial dragon guard didn't dare to show the slightest neglect, nor did he dare to hide anything. He recounted the entire matter. Haha, so that's how it is. 8th brother, you're becoming more and more useless. You can't even beat a 7th level spirit embryo vice flag. If you can't beat it, then so be it. We agreed to fight, but if you lose, you want to kill someone else. If this matter were to spread, wouldn't my sage emperor clan become a joke? Xueqi indifferently said. Haha, 10th brother, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean to kill him. Just now, Guard Shizhang saw that I was injured and was worried. That's why he stood in front of me to protect me. It's all a misunderstanding. Xueqi's expression changed before he revealed an ugly smile. Oh really? So it was just a misunderstanding. This deputy banner has good combat strength. He's only 1 level higher than 8th brother, but he can easily crush 8th brother. He's a talent. Xueqi said with a smile. Xueqi's fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He was furious. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and smiled. Not bad. This deputy banner of the Bright Road has good combat power. Therefore, I plan to transfer him to the law enforcement army. The million-year national sacrifice is about to begin. When the time comes, the holy city will be in chaos. The law enforcement army is in need of manpower. Hearing this, Shifeng and Shizhang's eyes lit up and they sneered. The others looked at Lu Ming with pity. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What did these looks mean? Haha, he's your man, 8th brother. You can do whatever you want with him. I'm leaving. Xueqi smiled and led the 400 cavalrymen towards Beast Cry Mountain. After Xueqi left, Xueqi's expression darkened. He coldly glanced at Lu Ming and said, Vice Banner Ming, go back and wait. The order will come soon. You will go to the law enforcement army and be a commander. With your combat strength, it's enough. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the people around him became even stranger. They looked at Lu Ming with even more pity. Also, you will be transferred to the law enforcement army with him. Then, Xueqi pointed at Sun Lin. Plop. Sun Lin's expression changed drastically, and he immediately knelt down with a plop. He kowtowed and cried out in pain, "No, 8th Prince, I'm begging you, please don't transfer me to the law enforcement army. I'm only living with him, I don't know him." "Humph, you want to disobey this prince's orders?" Xueqi's eyes turned cold. Sun Lin's face was pale as he stood there, stunned. "Let's go." Xueqi rose into the air and returned to the mansion. The others quickly followed. "Ai, Minglu, I'm really going to be killed by you." Sun Lin let out a long sigh, his face full of dejection. "What's going on? Why don't you want to join the law enforcement army? From the name, the law enforcement army should have a lot of power." Lu Ming asked curiously. Many sects had law enforcement halls, which had great power and could enforce the law on behalf of the sect. Everyone respected them. Why did Sun Lin seem to be very afraid of joining the law enforcement army? Moreover, when the others heard that Xueqi wanted to transfer Lu Ming to the law enforcement army, they all looked at him with pity. He was somewhat baffled. "You don't know this, but the law enforcement army does have a lot of power, but it's useless now." Sun Lin sighed and continued to explain. The law enforcement army is the law enforcement agency of the ancient Saint dynasty. They are responsible for the law enforcement of the entire Saint city and maintaining the law and order. No matter who it is, no matter which power they are from, if they commit a crime in the Saint city, the law enforcement army will be dispatched to enforce the law. Lu Ming nodded. Wasn't this a lot of power? 30,000 years ago, when the ancient Saint dynasty ruled the world, the law enforcement army was indeed fearsome and powerful. Whoever dared to commit a crime would be suppressed or even killed on the spot. At that time, everyone wanted to join the law enforcement army. As long as you joined the army, everyone would be afraid of you. But now, the ancient Saint dynasty is weak, and the various emperors are all powerful. The law enforcement army is in an awkward position. For example, if the disciples of the major forces commit a crime, will the law enforcement army take action or not? If we don't do anything, the law enforcement army will represent the face of the ancient Saint dynasty, and the royal family might blame us for it. However, if we do, the experts from the major powers will put pressure on the royal family, and under the pressure, the royal family will hand over the law enforcement army to appease the other party. In that case, who would be willing to go? Sun Lin explained. Lu Ming was suddenly enlightened. He finally understood. The main reason was that the ancient Saint dynasty was weak now, and they did not dare to offend those powerful forces. If that was the case, the authority of the law enforcement army would basically be useless. If they did not make a move, it would be equivalent to throwing the face of the ancient Saint dynasty. If they did, the people from the major powers would be powerful enough to put pressure on the law enforcement army. If the law enforcement army made a move, they would become the scapegoats. No matter what he did, it would be wrong. He would be jumping into the fire pit no matter what he did. It was no wonder that the others were in such a state when they heard that Lu Ming would be transferred to the law enforcement army. Sigh, once I'm transferred into the law enforcement army, it's over. Furthermore, the million-year national sacrifice is coming. When that time comes, the holy city will be in chaos, and all the major factions of the divine wilderness continent will gather. It will definitely be chaotic. It's a dead end. Sun Lin sighed and rose into the air with a dejected expression. Chapter 1098, A Group of Poor Ghosts. 3 days later, the transfer order was officially issued. Lu Ming was transferred to the law enforcement army as the commander, leading a team of 100 people with Sun Lin following. Lu Ming took the transfer order and set off with Sun Lin. Lu Ming did not feel anything. To him, the law enforcement army was better and he had more freedom. He could walk around the holy city as he pleased. He would definitely be able to obtain more information. Sun Lin, on the other hand, was listless and looked like he had a bleak future. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the place where the law enforcement army was stationed, the law enforcement hall. There were many law enforcement halls in the holy city. A team of 100 people was led by a commander. They were stationed in one law enforcement hall and were responsible for law enforcement missions in a certain area of the holy city. Lu Ming was the leader of this law enforcement team. He was mainly in charge of the northeast area of the holy city. The moment Lu Ming entered, He saw a few figures sitting listlessly in the law enforcement hall. He did not see anyone else. When they saw Lu Ming and the rest, they only took a casual glance at Lu Ming and continued to sit listlessly. There are only a few of you. Where are the others? Lu Ming frowned. One of them glanced at Lu Ming and said, "Who are you? Don't you know that it's a serious crime to break into the law enforcement hall without permission? I am the new commander. Let me ask you, where are the others?" Lu Ming took out a token and shouted coldly, "A new commander." Their eyes suddenly lit up, shining with greed. The blazing fire seemed to have invigorated them all, and they stood up one after another. "A new commander has arrived. Brothers, come out. We have money to spend again," someone shouted. His voice spread far and wide. As soon as his voice fell, the sound of breaking air rang out. Figures rushed out from various rooms and from all corners of the law enforcement hall. There were a total of 80 to 90 people. As soon as these people appeared, they stared at Lu Ming and Sun Lin with fiery eyes, as if they were burly men who had been thirsty for decades and had just seen a peerless and enchanting beauty. "Haha, another unlucky fellow has been transferred here, and it's a commander. You've come at the right time. Take out all your raw gemstones and treasures and share them with your brothers." A brawny man who looked like an ape stepped out. His muscles bulged and he glared at Lu Ming with a fierce gaze. "Hee, you're only a 7th-level spirit embryo realm martial artist, yet you were transferred here to be a commander. I really don't know who you've offended, but no matter who you've offended, since you're here, hand over all your origin stones and treasures." A white-haired old man in his 60s sneered. "Haha, after we get the raw stone, let's go and have a good meal and enjoy our slaviers. How about it?" "That's for sure. Damn it, I haven't enjoyed it in a long time." The rest of the people were also in an uproar. They were all talking and looking at Lu Ming as if he was a piece of fat meat. Sun Lin's face was pale and Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Was this the law enforcement army? This was the law enforcement hall. Lu Ming almost thought that he had come to a bandit's lair. These people actually wanted to rob him. After observing carefully, he realized that this was undoubtedly the law enforcement hall. "You guys want to rob me?" Lu Ming's face revealed an inexplicable smile. "You can understand it that way. Hurry up, or my fist will start to itch." The gorilla-like man glared at Lu Ming unkindly. The smile on Lu Ming's face grew wider. He swept his gaze across the room and said, "If that's the case, then fine. Now, I'll rob you. Hand over all your storage rings." "What? What did you just say?" As soon as Lu Ming said that, the entire place fell silent. Everyone looked at Lu Ming with their mouths agape. After a while, everyone burst into laughter. "Haha, I didn't hear wrongly, right? This 7th-level spirit embryo realm guy actually wants to rob us? Who does he think he is? Did he really think of himself as a commander? Aren't you just as unlucky as us? You've offended someone you shouldn't have." What a joke! Bang! The black gorilla man took a step forward and his aura burst out. He waved his hand and grabbed Lu Ming. This person's cultivation was at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. Among this group of people, he was at the top. "Let's see what you can do." The black gorilla man revealed a savage expression. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He stretched out a hand and grabbed the black gorilla man's wrist at lightning speed. His vital essence burst forth and he grabbed the black gorilla man and threw him. Boom! The black gorilla man was like a sandbag, heavily smashing onto the ground, causing the entire law enforcement hall to shake violently. If it wasn't for the powerful array inscribed in the law enforcement hall, it would have exploded. The black gorilla man fell to the ground and screamed. His cultivation and essential core were extremely fragile in Lu Ming's hands. They had been completely scattered by Lu Ming. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be falling apart. He had no strength at all as he lay on the ground and wailed. There was a sudden silence and everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. The black gorilla man had a cultivation of the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, but he was actually defeated without any resistance in one move. How was this possible? Brothers, let's attack together. This person's combat strength is profound, and he must have a lot of money on him. Let's attack. The white-haired old man shouted and the 80 to 90 law enforcement soldiers followed suit. They swarmed toward Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed over like a stream of light, his palms striking out. Pa! Pa! In the law enforcement hall, the sound of rapid slapping, as well as wails and screams, were mixed together. In less than a minute, 80 to 90 law enforcement soldiers were lying all over the law enforcement hall, wailing on the ground. One side of their faces was puffed up, and they looked extremely miserable. Sun Lin was dumbfounded by this scene, his mouth wide open. Was Lu Ming's cultivation at the 7th level of spirit embryo realm? Wasn't his combat strength a little too strong? In this group of law enforcement soldiers, there were 5 to 6 people with great perfection in their spirit embryo realm. The others were at least experts of the 4th level spirit embryo realm. However, they were completely defeated by Lu Ming in less than a minute. They were as weak as babies. This was too terrifying. He felt that his brain was a little confused. You dare to fight with your father, you're looking for death. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Lu Ming now had the image of a burly man with a full beard. At this moment, his glare was rather intimidating. He clenched his fist in the air and his essential core burst forth. The storage rings on the fingers of these law enforcement soldiers were all sucked over by Lu Ming. If they wanted to rob him, they had to be prepared to be robbed by him. First, Lu Ming picked up the storage ring of the Black Gorilla Man and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He was dumbfounded. Aren't you a little too poor? Lu Ming glared at the Gorilla Man, completely speechless. In the storage ring of the Black Gorilla Man, there was almost nothing except for a few spiritual crystals. There were no raw stones. He didn't have any good spirit weapons. Not to mention precious pills and materials, there was nothing. In any case, this was a storage ring with a great circle of spirit embryo realm. How could it be so poor? Next, Lu Ming looked at the other people's storage rings. Many of them were even poorer than the Gorilla Man. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. They were too poor. The lowest cultivation among these people was the 4th level spirit embryo realm. Why did it feel like they were even poorer than some martial king realm martial artists? The miserable law enforcement army. Lu Ming scanned through dozens of storage rings and found that they were almost the same. The contents were simply too tragic to gamble. They did not look like the storage rings of martial artists at the 4th level of the spirit embryo realm and above. At the sight of Lu Ming's dumbfounded look, the Gorilla Man and the rest looked embarrassed. With a wave of his hand, all the storage rings flew back into the hands of the Black Gorilla Man and the others. Get up, stop pretending to be dead. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room and said coldly. Lu Ming had not hit them hard just now. He had only temporarily scattered their essential core. It was not a big deal. No matter what, Lu Ming was now the commander of these people. He could not just kill them the moment he came. Only then did the Black Gorilla Man and the others get up from the ground. Commander's battle prowess is profound. This subordinate is truly in admiration. As soon as he got up, the Black Gorilla Man revealed a simple and honest smile, which was completely different from the wild and violent expression he had earlier. That's right, that's right. The commander's cultivation is unparalleled. He was able to take care of us in a few moves. This is the first time this subordinate has seen something like this in all my years of life. The white-haired old man also flattered. The commander is invincible. The commander is mighty. The other law enforcement officers were also flattering him. Lu Ming's eyelids were twitching. He was rather speechless. Who were these people? Just now, she wanted to rob him, but now she changed her face so quickly. Why are you so poor? There isn't even a single raw gemstone in the storage ring? Lu Ming asked curiously. Our law enforcement army is so hard. Commander, it's like this. The crowd chimed in and explained to Lu Ming. After listening to the story, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. The law enforcement army's days were worse than what Sun Lin had said. The law enforcement army had to enforce the law in the sacred city and protect the dignity of the ancient Saint dynasty. But now that the ancient Saint dynasty was on the decline, even though it was still a dominant power, or even the strongest dominant power, it was still just a dominant power. It no longer had the strength to rule the world. Hence, when it did things, it had to be careful and maintain a good relationship with the other powers. Therefore, when the people of the big forces committed a crime, The law enforcement army did not dare to really arrest and punish them, but they had to protect the face of the imperial family. What could they do? Therefore, most of the time, the law enforcement army could only pay out of their own pocket to give gifts to the disciples of the major forces and those who had committed crimes, asking them to do a good deed and apologize in public. In this way, the law enforcement army would naturally protect the face of the royal family, and the people who had committed the crime would admit their mistakes. The matter would be resolved just like that. However, they paid for it out of their own pockets. As time passed, it would be strange if the law enforcement army was not poor. It was no wonder that they wanted to rob Lu Ming the moment they saw him as a newcomer. Lu Ming was really quite speechless. The law enforcement army was too cowardly. The person who had committed the crime was fine, but they had to give the other party benefits. This was simply unheard of. The law enforcement army is used to enforce the law in the world on behalf of the ancient Saint dynasty. Unfortunately, the ancient Saint dynasty no longer has the power to do so. In fact, the law enforcement army could have been disbanded a long time ago, but the royal family has kept it for the sake of their dignity. However, no one is willing to come here. Usually, only those who have offended some big shots will be sent here. The white-haired old man sighed. Lu Ming finally knew why Xueqi had transferred him to the law enforcement army, and as a commander at that. It was getting closer and closer to the million-year national sacrifice. People from all the major forces had gathered. It was a period of trouble. If things went wrong, Lu Ming would offend someone and he would not even know how he died. Moreover, as a commander, the responsibility he had to bear was naturally greater. Xueqi, if you want to play, then have fun. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He waved his hand and a storage ring flew towards the black gorilla man. Here are 10,000 ori rocks. Use them to buy some fine wine and delicacies. Since we're new here, I'll treat everyone to a good meal. As for the excess, you can each buy a spirit weapon. These people were so poor that they had even sold their own spirit weapons. 10,000 raw gemstones. The black gorilla man received it. He was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed, saying, "Your subordinate thanks the commander." The others were overjoyed as well. They thanked Lu Ming and then went to buy fine wine, delicacies, and spirit weapons in joy. The fine wine and delicacies that martial artists ate were different from ordinary people. They were all from powerful fierce beasts and demonic beasts. The wine was also spirit wine. They were all very expensive. Half a day later, the burly black gorilla man and the rest brought back a large amount of fine wine and delicacies. The 80 to 90 people were divided into several tables and ate to their heart's content. It had been a long time since they had such a good meal and they were quite grateful to Lu Ming. Everyone ate and drank as they chatted. Through the chat, Lu Ming learned that these people had offended important figures and were sent here. They had families and friends in the holy city, but they couldn't escape. They could only suffer in the law enforcement army. Everyone ate and drank for a few hours. Not good. Someone destroyed a shop on North Street and killed the shopkeeper. He's still there. Suddenly, a law enforcement soldier rushed in to report the news. What? Who did this? This is troublesome. Something has happened again. The expressions of the black gorilla man and the others changed. What they were most afraid of was something happening, because if something happened, they could deal with some unknown people and directly take them down. However, if it was some big figure, they would be in trouble. It's the young master of the Huang family, Huang Ku. The messenger said. What? The Huang family is a family with many spiritual gods. What should we do? The expressions of the black gorilla man and the others changed. They could not afford to offend any force that had a spiritual god. Otherwise, the other party's spiritual god powerhouse could directly find their superiors and put pressure on them. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming picked up a glass of wine and finished it. He strode out. We'll go together. The gorilla man picked more than 10 people and followed Lu Ming out of the law enforcement hall. Their law enforcement hall was in the northeast of the holy city. It was very close to North Street and would be there in a short while. On the way, Lu Ming also knew what was going on. The Huang family's young master, Huang Ku, had his eyes on a treasure in a shop, but there were no raw gemstones. He said that he would owe the shop and take the treasure first. Those who knew Huang Ku well knew that he had never returned anything he owed. The shopkeeper naturally didn't agree, So Xueqi killed the shopkeeper, destroyed the shop, and even wanted to kill the shopkeeper's entire family. The moment he arrived, he heard an arrogant voice. "Fuck, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. I said I'll owe you first, so I'll owe you first. It's not like I won't pay you back, so why are you still not agreeing? You're looking for death, who can you blame?" An arrogant voice sounded. "Get lost. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you too." A deep voice rang out. It must have been Xueqi's servant. Move aside, the law enforcement army is handling this matter, move aside." The black gorilla man roared and the crowd made way for Lu Ming to walk over. A white-haired old man was lying on the ground, no longer breathing. Beside the old man's corpse stood a young man in luxurious clothes. His eyes were cold and his face was cold and arrogant. Chapter 1100 Punitive Expedition. This young man was Xueqi. Behind Xueqi, there was a burly man. At this moment, Xueqi also saw Lu Ming and the rest. However, he did not show any fear. Instead, he sneered. "What's going on?" Lu Ming walked over and asked with a frown. "So it's the law enforcement army. This person offended me and was beheaded by me. You can collect his body." Xueqi put her hands behind her back and glanced at Lu Ming casually. "You killed him? This person was running a shop in the holy city and was under the protection of the law enforcement army. Why did you kill him? Come with us to the law enforcement hall and give us a good explanation." Lu Ming said coldly. "What did you just say? You want to take me to the law enforcement hall?" Xueqi almost burst out laughing as if she had heard a very funny joke. She looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. On the side, the others were in a similar situation. The law enforcement hall dared to arrest Xueqi? The Huang family was a big force in the sacred city. Now the law enforcement army was useless. Did they really dare to take Xueqi down? Nonsense. Tai Xing, take him down. Lu Ming shouted. Tai Xing was the name of the black gorilla man. This. The black gorilla man revealed a difficult expression. "Commander, it's not good to offend this Xueqi." Tai Xing whispered in Lu Ming's ear. "Humph, if you guys don't do it, I'll do it myself." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he stepped forward. "You dare?" Xueqi shouted. "Why wouldn't I?" Lu Ming sneered. "A mere law enforcement soldier. He's looking for death. Kill him." With a wave of Xueqi's hand, the burly man behind him stepped forward. A violent aura burst forth, the aura of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. "Go to hell!" The burly man bellowed with cold killing intent. He unsheathed his saber and slashed at Lu Ming's neck. "You want to kill me? Die!" Lu Ming took a step forward and slapped. The space rumbled and the terrifying power broke through all of the burly man's defenses. A palm hit the burly man's chest, directly blasting a big hole in it. He let out a miserable scream and died with an incredulous expression. Even until his death, he still could not believe that the law enforcement army's trash had actually become so overbearing. You dare to." Xueqi was so frightened that her face turned pale. She shivered and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. "If you want to kill me, you have to be killed by me. You asked him to kill me, so I'll cripple you first." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. "No, don't." Xueqi was extremely frightened. Whoosh! Lu Ming flicked his fingers and a spear ray shot out, crippling Xueqi's cultivation. "Ah, you've destroyed my cultivation. I want you to die a horrible death." Xueqi let out a shrill scream. On the side, the others were extremely shocked. This law enforcement army was completely different from the past. They were actually so ruthless and decisive. However, there were also many people secretly clapping their hands. Xueqi had finally gotten his retribution for all the evil he had done by relying on his family's power. However, this law enforcement army was going to be in trouble soon, and the Huang family would not let this go. This. Behind Lu Ming, Tai Xing and the rest widened their eyes. They were at a loss. Although doing this made them feel very good and comfortable, now they were comfortable, but what would the consequences be? After crippling Xueqi, the Huang family would probably go crazy. Lu Ming pulled Huang Ke's and the burly man's storage rings over and handed them to the two women. The old man and the young man were obviously the shopkeeper's family members. The two of them cried bitterly and looked helpless. Take these 2 storage rings and leave the holy city. Go live elsewhere. Lu Ming said as he handed the storage ring to the two of them. Thank you, my lord. The two of them thanked him repeatedly and quickly left the city. Tai Xing, bring this piece of trash back to the law enforcement hall. Lu Ming instructed, then turned around and headed to the law enforcement hall. Tai Xing and the others looked at each other. In the end, they gritted their teeth, picked up Huang Ke, and rushed back to the law enforcement hall. On the way, Huang Ke cried and cried, attracting the attention of many people. There's going to be a good show. The Huang clan will definitely fly into a rage and kill their way to the law enforcement hall. They probably won't attack the law enforcement army directly, but they'll put pressure on the higher-ups of the law enforcement army before attacking the law enforcement hall. Let's go and take a look. Let's go and take a look. Along the way, a large group of people followed behind Lu Ming and the rest as they headed to the law enforcement hall. Not long after, Lu Ming and the rest returned to the law enforcement hall. When the remaining law enforcement soldiers in the law enforcement hall saw this scene and heard what had happened, all of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. They were finished this time. How were they going to deal with the other party's experts when they came to kill them? Forget it, I can't hide, I'll go all out. But I'm still fucking happy. That's true, haha. The other members of the law enforcement hall were discussing in hushed voices. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest, waiting quietly. Meanwhile, the sky around the law enforcement hall was filled with people. Some were waiting quietly, while others were gloating. Time slowly passed. 2 hours later. The Huang family is here. Someone shouted. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at the sky. A total of 3 people stepped through the air. The 2 old men's clothes were very similar to Huang Ke's, so they should be experts of the Huang family. There was also a middle-aged man who was actually wearing the uniform of the law enforcement hall. It's the Lord Commander. Tai Xing's expression changed as he whispered into Lu Ming's ear. His so-called Lord Commander was the commander of the law enforcement army, commanding all the existing law enforcement troops in the Holy City. The law enforcement army's commander's face was as black as a pot. He looked at Lu Ming and chided, Minglu, why don't you release young Master Huang Ke? The law enforcement army's commander was in a bad mood. He was extremely upset, especially when he looked at Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming not know the current situation of the law enforcement army? Not only did he not apologize to the other party, but he also killed the Huang family's guards and crippled Huang Ke's cultivation. It would be strange if the Huang family didn't fly into a rage. The other party's spirit god powerhouse had come to him directly to put pressure on him. Release him? Hee, Commander. This man killed a shopkeeper on the street. The shopkeeper had to be protected by the ancient Saint dynasty if he was doing business in the Saint City. Otherwise, who would dare to do business in the Saint City in the future? I'm doing this impartially, why should I let him go? Lu Ming sneered in response. The other people from the law enforcement hall behind him were secretly worried for Lu Ming. The commander of the law enforcement army was a spiritual god powerhouse. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to a spiritual god powerhouse in this manner. As expected, Lu Ming's words made the commander of the law enforcement hall's face turn even gloomier. However, he could not find any words to refute. It was because Lu Ming was doing the right thing. Lu Ming was carrying out the duties of the law enforcement hall. As the commander of the law enforcement army, how could he refute that? Hee, Commander Chen, it seems like your subordinate doesn't listen to you at all. In that case, let me do it myself. I'll cripple this person's cultivation and bring him back to the Huang family to deal with him. An old man from the Huang family said indifferently. A killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1101 Apologize. First level of spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. This elder from the Huang family had a cultivation of the first level of the spiritual god realm. Beside him was another elder from the Huang family, whose cultivation was even worse, only at the perfected spirit embryo realm. However, This person's aura was powerful and far beyond that of an ordinary Great Circle spirit embryo. Lu Ming speculated that this person must have awakened a divine-level bloodline but had not broken through to the spiritual god realm. He was at the level of an old monster and his combat strength was much stronger than an ordinary Great Circle spirit embryo. Bang! Lu Ming stepped on Huang Ke's face directly, making Huang Ke scream like a pig being slaughtered. How dare you! You even threatened to cripple me, the commander of the law enforcement army, in the law enforcement hall. You're simply disgraceful and should be killed. Lu Ming shouted and glared at him. With his full beard, he looked very righteous. He exerted force on his feet, causing Huang Ke's face to rub against the ground. Ah, forefather, save me! Huang Ke screamed in pain. Audacious evil beast, you're looking for death. The perfected spirit embryo elder from the Huang family shouted and took a step forward. His aura was violent and formed a huge palm that pressed down on Lu Ming. Not good, it's an old monster with a perfect spirit embryo. The expressions of Tai Xing and the others changed drastically. Tai Xing was also at the Great Circle of the Spirit Embryo Realm, but compared to this Great Circle of the Spirit Embryo Realm who had awakened a divine-level bloodline, there was a huge difference in battle prowess. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. He clenched his palm into a claw and clawed upward. With a poof, the elder's condensed palm instantly crumbled. Lu Ming's claw formed from essential core did not stop and clawed at the elder at an unbelievable speed. He caught the elder in his hand in an instant. Break! The elder's expression changed drastically. His divine-level bloodline appeared and he used the fusion of his bloodlines to release a violent attack. He wanted to break through Lu Ming's true essence claw. Unfortunately, it did not move at all. Get down here! Let's go! Lu Ming shouted. He pulled the elder down from the air and smashed him on the ground. Boom! The ground shook and the elder screamed in pain. His protective true vitality was shattered by Lu Ming's attack. His bones were cracking and many of them were broken. He lay there screaming like a dead dog. The surrounding onlookers, including the other people of the law enforcement hall, were all dumbfounded and looked at this scene in disbelief. Especially those onlookers, they were swallowing their saliva like crazy. This law enforcement hall's commander was too awesome. First of all, his battle prowess had exceeded everyone's expectations. An old monster with a perfect spirit embryo realm was dragged down from the air with a single move and smashed into the ground, half dead. This kind of battle prowess could be said to be astonishing. Secondly, this commander was too bold. Not only did he cripple Huang Ke, but he also beat up an elder of the Huang family. He would definitely face the anger of a spirit god expert next. Evil creature, you're looking for death. Sure enough, the spirit god expert from the Huang family was furious. He roared and a terrifying aura burst out. A pressure as deep as the ocean filled the entire area. Many people's expressions changed drastically and they retreated. The pressure formed by a spirit god expert was too strong and absolutely terrifying. Die! The spiritual god of the Huang family shouted and pointed out a finger. Wherever the finger passed, a yellow light burst out, twisting the space like a wave and finally tearing it apart. Whoosh! A terrifying finger force was pointed at Lu Ming's glabellage. This overpowered commander is finished. Such a thought flashed through everyone's mind. Boom! Just as this sentence flashed across everyone's minds, Lu Ming threw a punch at the sky. A fist ray soared into the sky and collided with the finger force. With a huge boom, the finger force and the fist ray disappeared at the same time. What? He blocked the spiritual god's attack. Cries of disbelief came from all around. Lu Ming's combat strength had once again exceeded everyone's expectations. He had actually blocked the spiritual god's attack. The eyes of the law enforcement hall's commander flickered. He was extremely surprised. As far as he knew, Ming Lu was sent to the law enforcement army by the 8th Prince because he had offended the 8th Prince. He had received news that this man's combat strength was only slightly stronger than the 8th Prince's. He had recklessly injured the 8th Prince when they were sparring, so no matter how strong he was, there was a limit to his combat strength. He did not expect that he could actually block the attack of the spirit god. It seems like this person has been hiding his strength. The commander-in-chief of the law enforcement army thought to himself. A murderous glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. His gaze was like two dazzling spears of light that pierced towards the Huang family elder. He said coldly, "It seems like you want to be like him." The him that Lu Ming was referring to was the old man with a perfected spirit embryo. At this moment, the spiritual god of the Huang family could not help but feel nervous. At this moment, he could actually feel a terrifying pressure from Lu Ming. It was as if he was facing a terrifying beast that could tear him into pieces if it went crazy. This feeling made him panic. "What do you want?" The spiritual god of the Huang family said with an ugly expression. "Apologize in public and admit your mistakes," Lu Ming said. "Don't even think about it. Don't go too far. If you let him go now, I won't pursue the matter." The spiritual god of the Huang family's face turned ugly, but he had already given in by saying so. Lu Ming sneered. "This man killed the shopkeeper for no reason. I'm the commander of the law enforcement army, and I enforce the law on behalf of the sacred emperor. How dare you come to the law enforcement hall? Do you have no respect for the ancient Saint dynasty, the royal family, and the Xie family? Do you want to overturn the heavens? And you, as the commander of the law enforcement hall, not only did you not enforce the law impartially, but you also helped the other party to bully the law enforcement hall. It seems that you don't put the imperial family in your eyes at all." Lu Ming's every word struck the heart. The Huang family's spirit god and the commander of the law enforcement hall had a drastic change in their expressions. Lu Ming was pulling the wool over their eyes and giving them a big hat. However, this was too heavy a burden for them to bear. There were so many people here today. If Lu Ming's words were to reach the ears of the imperial family or even the sage emperor, they would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Although the law enforcement hall existed in name only and no one really took it to heart, in essence, the law enforcement hall was still the law enforcement hall. Before the law enforcement army was disbanded, its significance was the same as it was 30,000 years ago, and it had the power to enforce the law in the world. In fact, the other people of the law enforcement hall could also put such a label on others, because once this matter was blown up, the imperial family would definitely intervene. However, the prerequisite was that one had to be strong. Take Lu Ming for example. If he was not powerful enough, he would be killed by the Huang family's expert with one slap. He would not even have the chance to pin the blame on him. However, it was different now. Since Lu Ming had already spoken and pinned the blame on them, if they continued to attack, they would have proven Lu Ming's words of not taking the royal family and the Xie family seriously. In the future, the royal family and the Xie family would definitely take actions. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Damn it! The spirit god of the Huang family and the commander-in-chief of the law enforcement army gritted their teeth, but they were helpless. "All right, this matter is my Huang family's fault. I apologize. In the future, I will definitely warn the disciples of the Huang family to follow the rules of the law enforcement army." The Huang family's spiritual god had no choice but to apologize. Then, he looked at Huang Ku and asked him to apologize. Huang Ku was extremely unwilling, but in the end, she could only apologize. World-shaking news. Get lost. Lu Ming picked up Huang Ku and threw her to the Huang family's spiritual god as if he was throwing garbage. The Huang family's spirit god's expression was extremely cold. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the old man with a perfect spirit embryo, leaving without looking back. Today, the Huang family had completely lost face. The commander of the law enforcement army snorted and left. The surrounding people looked at each other in disbelief. They had originally thought that this commander would be dead for sure since the Huang family had launched a large-scale attack. However, they didn't expect that even though the experts of the Huang family had come, they had returned with dejected faces. As for this commander, he hadn't even suffered a single injury. This was beyond everyone's expectations. This commander of the law enforcement army is really awesome. He's really awesome. He's the most awesome law enforcement army commander I've ever seen. The crowd was in a heated discussion. The people from the law enforcement army were also at a loss for words. They didn't expect the final result to be like this. But it felt great. The eyes of the 80 or 90 law enforcement soldiers lit up. They felt extremely comfortable. As for Lu Ming, he was full of admiration. "The mighty commander!" Tai Xing roared. "All right, cut the crap and get to work." Lu Ming waved his hands and went back to his room. The crowd dispersed, but the news of an impressive commander in the law enforcement army spread like a whirlwind. It gave everyone another topic to talk about besides cultivating. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in the law enforcement army for half a month. In the past half a month, other than cultivating, Lu Ming had been strolling around the holy city. Of course, he wasn't really wandering around. He was just loitering outside the palace to see if he could find an opportunity to slip in. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. There were too many terrifying existences in the imperial palace. He had once sensed carefully and discovered that there were many terrifying existences in the imperial palace that could easily kill him. There were even some auras that were extremely terrifying, just like the aura of the Supreme Being. They were definitely at the Supreme Being level. Lu Ming could sense more than 10 auras like this. This was what Lu Ming sensed. There must be something that he did not sense. Even though the ancient Saint dynasty was weak, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The ancient Saint dynasty was still the most powerful overlord force in the central continent. This was normal. If they weren't strong, they would have been destroyed by the other overlord forces. Many overlord forces were eyeing them covetously. In the past half a month, more and more people had come to the sacred city. The million-year national sacrifice of the ancient Saint dynasty was getting closer and closer. However, due to the incident with the Huang family, some small forces would not be too presumptuous. In the area under Lu Ming's jurisdiction, there were no major events. On this day, a shocking piece of news spread in the sacred city. The sage emperor intended to choose a husband for one of the princesses in this 1 million-year national sacrifice, and he wanted to choose one of the heroes of the younger generation. The news was like an earthquake, shaking the sacred city and shocking countless people. The current sage emperor had a total of 16 children. There were 13 princes and only 3 princesses. However, the 13 princes were completely suppressed by the 3 princesses. This was because 2 of the 3 princesses were famous throughout the world. They were simply too outstanding. Xian Yanjuan, one of the 5 young tycoons of Central Continent, was also one of the 5 great beauties of Central Continent. There was also a princess named Xian Yanlin. She was also one of the 5 beauties of the Central Continent. Although her martial arts talent was slightly inferior to Xian Yanjuan's, she was also a second-grade heaven's favorite. She was as famous as goddess Tan Xiang's. These 2 princesses were simply too outstanding, making countless people envious. It was said that there was also a princess who was the youngest of all the princes and princesses. She was also peerless in her beauty and temperament. She was not inferior to the other 2 princesses at all. Even her martial arts talent was shocking, but not many people had seen her before. That was because the princess was an anomaly in the royal Xie family. The word variant was a taboo word in the royal Xie family. The royal Xie family had declined because of a variant. Which princess was he looking for? Everyone was extremely curious. However, no matter which princess it was, many young geniuses from the major forces were tempted. After that, all the major forces sent people to investigate and verify the authenticity of the news. Lu Ming was shocked when he heard this piece of news. Who was the one choosing a husband for the princess? Lu Ming was filled with worry. He was afraid that it was Xian Yanqing. 3 days later, even more shocking news spread. The current sage emperor had personally spoken, ordering people to spread the news. It was true that he was choosing a husband for a princess. This princess was Xian Yanlin. On top of that, there would be a competition between the young geniuses on the day of the million-year national sacrifice. The winner would become Xian Yanlin's husband and enter the ancient Saint Emperor's palace to cultivate. The second and third place winners would be able to propose a condition to the sage emperor, which the sage emperor would try his best to fulfill. At the same time, they would be able to enter the ancient hall for comprehension. As for those ranked 4th to 10th, they would be able to enter the ancient Saint Emperor's hall to cultivate. Once the news was out, the sacred city was shaken and countless people were shocked. At the same time, the news spread like a whirlwind to the central continent and even the 4 other territories. Countless young heaven's favorites were shocked and revealed a fiery glow. There were some geniuses who were not interested in first place and being able to marry a princess. They were interested in one of the conditions the Saint Emperor had set for them, which was to enter the Saint Emperor's ancient palace to cultivate. The sage emperor was an emperor, so there was no need to mention the value of his condition. The Saint Emperor's ancient palace was a holy land for cultivation. It was said that the ancient Saint dynasty's Saint Emperors' comprehensions were contained within. If one could comprehend them and gain something, it would be extremely useful for breaking through to the emperor level. The Xie clan of the ancient Saint dynasty had a legacy that had lasted for millions of years. They had produced many emperors throughout the generations, and this was why they had remained so powerful. Some people said that this had something to do with the ancient Saint Emperor Palace. This made the heaven's favorites who were interested in the emperor's path extremely excited. After confirming the news, they all rushed to the sacred city. Lu Ming heaved a huge sigh of relief when he heard that. That princess was not Xian Yanqing. But at the same time, Lu Ming was extremely tempted. He wasn't interested in Xian Yanlin, nor was he interested in entering the Saint Emperor's ancient hall. He was interested in one of the Saint Emperor's conditions. If he could get second or third place, he would be able to make a request to the Sage Emperor to let Xian Yanqing go. At the thought of this, Lu Ming had already decided to participate in the competition. This news caused chaos in the ancient Saint dynasty and became the top topic of discussion. This news was discussed every day. Many people were also secretly guessing why the Sage Emperor would do this. However, it wasn't hard for those with foresight to guess that the royal family and the Xie family wanted to use this method to strengthen the royal family's strength. The Heaven's Pride expert who could get first place and marry Princess Xian Yanlin must be from a powerful force. This way, the imperial family's strength would be increased through marriage. At the same time, by opening up the Saint Emperor Ancient Palace, they could also befriend those geniuses and the overlords. This was something that they had no choice but to do. From this, one could see how weak the Xie clan of the ancient Saint dynasty was. The chaotic heaven's divine warrior. In the hustle and bustle, time passed day by day. The sacred city was even more lively, and there were more and more people. However, Lu Ming's days did not change. Other than cultivating, he would bring his people to stroll around the holy city. This mansion is so strange. It's covered in dust, but it's sealed by a large array of inscriptions. In the northeast of the holy city, Lu Ming led his group for a stroll and came to a huge mansion. This mansion was very old and majestic. It occupied a large area, but it was obviously uninhabited and sealed by a large formation. This was rare in the holy city. Lord, lower your voice. This mansion is a taboo. On the side, Sun Lin's face was solemn as he whispered, as if it was a taboo. Forbidden? I'm curious. Tell me about it. Lu Ming asked curiously. This. Sun Lin hesitated and stammered. Speak. Lu Ming's face darkened. All right, Commander. I'll tell you through voice transmission. This is because this mansion is the mansion of the chaotic heaven's divine warrior, Xiao Wan. Sun Lin sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Xiao Wan, the divine warrior of the chaotic heavens? The chaotic heavens divine warrior who caused the chaos in the ancient Saint dynasty 30,000 years ago? Lu Ming was shocked. That's right, it's the chaotic heavens divine warrior's mansion. Sun Lin said. Oh, Sun Lin, you seem to know a lot about the chaotic heavens divine emperor. Then do you know why he betrayed the imperial family and the Xie clan? Lu Ming asked. This, Lord Commander, I've also read about it in an ancient book by chance. It said that Xiao Wan, the chaotic heavens divine warrior, is an anomaly in the Xie family. The royal Xie family has a noble bloodline, and the bloodline that they awaken is pure and holy. However, there is a very small chance that someone will awaken a bloodline that is completely different from others. It's the complete opposite, an extremely dark bloodline. Such a person is called an anomaly by the royal Xie family, and will be looked down upon and ridiculed. When the chaotic Sky Sovereign was young, he grew up in all kinds of mockery and bullying, so he was filled with hatred towards the royal Xie family. However, the chaotic Sky Sovereign's talent was terrifyingly strong. The more bloodlines he awakened, the more terrifying his talent became. He was simply unparalleled in the world, so he was later valued by the royal Xie family and entrusted with an important task. After that, the chaotic heavens divine warrior even broke through to the divine realm. His combat strength was extremely terrifying, and he was able to suppress the other divine warriors. At that time, the chaotic heaven's divine warrior finally erupted. He led his subordinates and started a rebellion. They fought the royal family and the Xie family until the heavens and earth fell. Although the chaotic heaven's divine warrior was suppressed in the end, the ancient Saint dynasty suffered great losses in that battle. Countless spirit gods and supreme beings died, and even many divine warriors died. From then on, their strength was greatly weakened, and the other forces took the opportunity to split up, to form the current situation. Sun Lin told Lu Ming about the records he had read. Lu Ming was deep in thought. The experience of the chaotic heaven's divine warrior was so similar to that of Xian Yanqing. The bloodline that he awakened was called an anomaly by the royal Xie family. It was just a bloodline, yet he treated it like this. It was simply ridiculous. Xiao Wan, the sovereign of the chaotic heavens, had unparalleled talent. If no one had laughed at him or humiliated him when he was young, why would he have rebelled after he had become powerful? If not for the betrayal, the Xie family of the ancient Saint dynasty would not have ended up where they were today. I've heard that the current 16th princess has also awakened a mutated bloodline. Sigh, what a pity. The other members of the royal family have always looked down on mutated bloodlines. After the incident with the chaotic Sky Emperor, the fate of those with mutated bloodlines has become even worse. Before the appearance of the chaotic heaven's divine warrior, if any of the royal family's variant bloodlines revealed their supreme talent, the royal family would still nurture them, just like the chaotic heaven's divine warrior. However, after the chaotic heaven's divine warrior appeared, any of the variant bloodlines would be directly suppressed. The stronger the talent, the more they would have to suppress it. It's simply a taboo, because they're afraid that another figure like the chaotic heaven's divine warrior would appear. Sun Lin continued. Gotcha. Lu Ming could not help but clench his fists. No matter what, he had to save Xian Yanqing. No matter how difficult it was, he had to go through it. Thereafter, Lu Ming left the place and did not ask further. Time passed, and soon, there was still half a month to go before the million-year national sacrifice. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's cultivation had also progressed and he had reached the middle stage of the second level of the spiritual god realm. It's too slow. It's too slow to rely on absorbing spiritual energy to improve cultivation. Lu Ming sighed. However, he had no choice. He did not have many raw gemstones on him. The amount of raw gemstones he needed to increase his cultivation in the spiritual god realm was simply terrifying. However, the will of heaven and earth and the will of water had broken through and reached the fourth level lower tier. Now, only the will of earth had not broken through to the fourth level lower tier. On this day, Lu Ming had just ended his cultivation and was about to go out for a walk when someone came to inform him that something had happened. Someone had killed someone on the street and the battle was still ongoing. Who is it? Lu Ming asked. I heard that he's a disciple of the heavenly martial sword faction. Tai Xing replied with an ugly expression. The heavenly martial sword faction was an overlord force, and an extremely powerful one at that. What should he do now? They knew that as the various overlords gathered in the sacred city, something would happen. What do we do? Of course, we'll handle it fairly. Lu Ming said. Fair and just. Commander, the other party is the Heavenly Martial Sword School. Tai Xing called out worriedly. What's wrong with the Heavenly Martial Sword sect? Don't forget, this is the Holy City, not the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. You guys, follow me. Lu Ming shouted coldly and strode out. The others had no choice but to follow. They stepped on the air and flew, and soon arrived at the scene of the incident, outside a restaurant. At this moment, the restaurant was already surrounded by people. Lu Ming appeared in the sky and looked down. On the street, there were two people lying on the ground, blood flowing all over the ground. Their throats had been slit by a sword, and they had long since stopped breathing. On the other side of the two corpses, the battle was still going on. 3 white-robed disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction were attacking 3 people. An old man and 2 young men and women. However, these 3 people were no match for the 3 disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. The 3 Sky Martial Sword faction disciples were all 5th-level Spirit Embryo Realm experts. They were very young and belonged to the younger generation. To have such a cultivation at this age, he was obviously one of the top geniuses of the Heavenly Martial Sword sect. As for the old man and the 2 young ones, The old man's cultivation was at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm, but the young man and woman's cultivation was only at the 1st or 2nd level of the spirit embryo realm. The difference was too great. Although the old man's cultivation was profound, the 3 disciples of the heavenly martial sword faction were all top-notch Heaven's Pride experts. It was common for them to fight above their level. They completely suppressed the old man and didn't have the power to fight back. Hee, you're really looking for death. How dare you talk about the heavenly martial sword sect behind our backs? One of the disciples of the heavenly martial sword faction sneered. Your heavenly martial sword sect is too overbearing. You don't even allow others to chat? Wu Chengkong and the others were killed by Lu Shaoqing in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion of the Tianxia Academy. It's a fact that the whole world knows. Are you going to kill everyone in the world? The young woman said stubbornly. Directly suppressed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. From the simple conversation between the two of them, it was not difficult to guess what had happened. It must be the young woman and the others talking about what had happened in the Tianxia Academy and the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. In the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, the 2 strongest Heaven's favorites of the previous generation of the heavenly martial sword sect were killed by Lu Ming. The 2 strongest Heaven's favorites of this generation were also killed by Lu Ming. They were lucky to survive because of the life talisman. This matter had already spread far and wide, and Lu Shaoqing's name had shaken the entire central continent. The young woman must have been talking about this matter, and if the disciples of the heavenly martial sword sect heard it, they would naturally take action. Shut up! How dare you bring this up again? Who knows what kind of despicable methods Lu Shaoqing used to harm the senior brothers of the heavenly martial sword sect? How dare you all spout nonsense here? You're courting death. Kill! A few disciples of the heavenly martial sword faction shouted, and their attacks became even more violent. Stop! The law enforcement army is here. Lu Ming stepped on the air and shouted. The 3 disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction turned to look at Lu Ming, their eyes full of contempt. The heavenly martial sword sect is handling matters. Unrelated people, get lost. A disciple of the heavenly martial sword faction shouted coldly. He was extremely domineering. They didn't even care about the law enforcement army. It's that awesome commander of the law enforcement army. Does he dare to touch the disciples of the heavenly sword faction? That's impossible. No matter how powerful he is, he might be able to deal with a small force like the Huang family. However, this is the heavenly martial sword faction, a top overlord force. Unless he has a death wish, he would never dare to touch a disciple of the heavenly martial sword faction. That's right. Didn't you see that the disciples of the heavenly sword faction didn't even care about him? At that moment, many people in the crowd recognized Lu Ming. However, no one thought that he would dare to touch the disciples of the heaven martial sword faction. A small law enforcement army dared to touch a disciple of the heavenly sword faction? Wasn't that looking for death? Kill! The 3 heaven martial sword faction disciples ignored Lu Ming and attacked more and more fiercely. Their sword chi was like a rainbow, and the 7th level spirit embryo realm elder was at a complete disadvantage. He couldn't resist at all, and his chest was slashed by a sword light. A deep sword mark appeared, almost splitting him in half, and blood flowed out. Young lady, young master, leave quickly! The old man roared and exploded with all his might, trying to get the young man and woman to leave. Leave? Today, none of you will be able to leave. If you dare to spread rumors about my heavenly sword sect, you will all be killed. A disciple of the heavenly martial sword faction shouted coldly. His figure flashed and like a sword light, he bypassed the old man and attacked the young woman. No! The old man roared, but he couldn't even save himself, so how could he help? The young woman's face was as white as snow. She was only at the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm, while the other party was at the 5th level of the spirit embryo realm. In addition, he was a heaven's favorite with powerful combat strength. She couldn't block him at all. Die! The disciple of the heavenly martial sword faction had a ferocious look in his eyes. His sword light was like lightning as it slashed towards the young woman. However, the sword light stopped halfway. Because the wrist of the person holding the sword was caught, the sword of the heavenly martial sword school disciple could no longer cut down. The person who grabbed his wrist was naturally Lu Ming. At the critical moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of the young woman and blocked the sword of the disciple of the Sky Martial Sword School. When he saw that it was Lu Ming, the disciple's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He shouted, "How dare you, a mere law enforcement soldier, interfere with my attack? I'll kill you as well." With a burst of vital essence, the sword chi from the disciple of the heavenly martial sword faction whistled. He pointed his fingers at Lu Ming's throat like a sword. Bang! Lu Ming kicked the disciple's stomach. The disciple screamed and his body flew dozens of meters away. He fell heavily on the ground. You dare to fight back?" The disciple of the Sky Martial Sword faction shouted in disbelief. Lu Ming actually dared to hit him? He was a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. "Idiot!" Lu Ming said faintly. This person wanted to kill him just now. Wasn't it normal for him to retaliate? Could it be that this disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction was so superior that no one would dare to fight back when he killed them? Was his head kicked by a donkey? At this moment, the other two disciples of the Heaven Martial Sword faction stopped their attacks and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. A mere law enforcement army, an ant-like thing, actually dared to beat up a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction? They had yet to recover from their shock. The surrounding onlookers were also dumbfounded. After a long time, someone finally reacted. Whoa, this awesome commander is really awesome. He even dared to beat up the disciples of the Heavenly Sword faction. That's right. This is beyond my expectations. He's too bold. He's bold, but he's brainless. How should he deal with the aftermath? Lu Ming's action caused a wave of discussion as it really shocked everyone. Previously, no one had thought that Lu Ming would dare to make a move. However, the truth was beyond their expectations. "Brat, you're looking for death." At this moment, the other two disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction finally reacted. One of them shouted and became one with his sword, turning into a sharp sword light and charging toward Lu Ming, trying to kill him with one strike. Bang! However, he was met with Lu Ming's kick. This kick was the same as the previous one. It landed on his stomach. Fast, accurate and ruthless, the disciple let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying far away. He fell beside the previous disciple and also fell flat on his face. The two of them were in the same position. The crowd gasped. Lu Ming was really audacious. If he had accidentally hit the disciple of the Heaven Martial Sword faction just now, it was completely intentional. He was not afraid of the disciple at all. In the crowd, the law enforcement soldiers who came with Lu Ming broke out in cold sweat. They had caused a huge mess. They sighed in their hearts. The remaining disciple of the Sky Martial Sword faction was shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. With just a simple move, he had killed a fellow disciple who had a similar combat strength to him. He did not dare to make a move at all. "Kid, how dare you hit the Heaven's favorite of the Heavenly Sword faction? You're dead. Not only you, but the force behind you and your family are all dead. They'll all be annihilated. Just you wait. You're just a mere law enforcement army. You lowly thing. Just you wait." The remaining disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction shouted ferociously, then turned around and wanted to leave. "Did I let you go?" Lu Ming said calmly. The disciple of the Sky Martial Sword faction froze. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "You? What do you mean by that?" He was about to leave and Lu Ming still wanted to pursue the matter. "Nonsense. You want to just walk away after killing someone in my territory? Who do you think I am? What's the law enforcement army?" Lu Ming shouted and stepped forward. "You don't come over. I'm telling you you're dead." The remaining disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction shouted. However, when they saw Lu Ming approaching them, they were so frightened that they trembled all over and could not even speak properly. "Who?" Lu Ming kicked him directly. Myriad paths of the Dragon Emperor. If Lu Shaoqing can do it, so can I. This kick was as fast as lightning. Before the other party could react, Lu Ming had already kicked him in the stomach. He flew out screaming and lined up with the other two people before him. He lay there, looking like a dog eating shit. "Ah, you bastard! You're dead. The elder of the Heavenly Sword faction and Wu Chengkong and Wu Tsong are here. They're not far away. The news will spread soon. You're dead. One of the disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction shouted and threatened Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming strode over and left a footprint on his face, causing his face to rub against the ground. Wu Chengkong and Wu Tsang? They were killed by Lu Shaoqing in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. If not for the Destiny Talisman, they would have died long ago. I'll wait here for these two pieces of trash to come. If Lu Shaoqing can kill them, I can kill them too. Lu Ming lowered his head and looked down at the three disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction. His cold voice spread throughout the entire area. Everyone was stunned. This commander was too awesome. He was actually waiting for Wu Chengkong and Wu Tsang to kill the elites like Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing was a peerless heaven's favorite, an existence comparable to the five magnates. How could you, the law enforcement army, compare to him? However, he had to admire Lu Ming's courage. Lu Ming stepped on the face of the disciple of the Sky Martial Sword faction and waited. The other two disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction lay there, not daring to say a word for fear of being trampled on. However, they hated Lu Ming to the core and wished they could tear him into pieces. Tai Xing and the others broke out in cold sweat. Tai Xing quietly walked to Lu Ming's side and said, "Commander, wasn't this too much? What if the experts from the Sky Martial Sword faction come? What are you afraid of? We're from the Law Enforcement Hall, and we enforce the law on behalf of the Sage Emperor. What's there to be afraid of?" Lu Ming said casually. Tai Xing and the rest were speechless. They could only brace themselves ears and wait with Lu Ming. What happened here also spread like a whirlwind. What? There was such a thing? There's such an awesome commander. Let's go and take a look. When many people heard the news, they didn't believe it at first. Then, they were extremely curious and wanted to go and see. Many disciples and geniuses of the Overlord forces were shocked when they heard the news. In the past few years, the power of the royal family had been deteriorating, and the law enforcement army was like an empty name. The geniuses and disciples of the Overlord forces could do whatever they wanted in the Holy City. The law enforcement army did not dare to control them and tried to curry favor with them. Now, someone actually dared to beat up the Heaven's Martial Sword School's prodigy. This piqued the curiosity of many people, and they all rushed over to watch. In the 8th Prince's residence, Xiezhan was drinking tea in the courtyard when Shizhang rushed in. "Guard Shi, what's the rush?" Xiezhan asked. "8th Prince, it's about that Ming Lu." Shizhang said. "Oh, that blind guy, is he dead? Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to live on." "Humph, you dare to injure this prince. You really don't have eyes, you dog." Xiezhan took a sip of tea and slowly said. "He's not dead. That guy is really audacious. Huang Ku from the Huang family killed someone some time ago, and he actually crippled Huang Ku's cultivation." Shizhang answered. "He destroyed Huang Ku's cultivation? The Huang family didn't come to kill that Ming Lu?" Xiezhan asked curiously. "Of course they went. A spirit god expert, an old monster with a perfect spirit embryo, and even the commander of the law enforcement army." Shizhang said. "Oh, in that case, is Ming Lu still alive?" Xiezhan was a little curious. In his opinion, in such a situation, Ming Lu should have been killed by the Huang family spiritual god. No, that Ming Lu's combat strength is astonishing. He was actually able to block the spiritual god's attack and even use the carelessness of a saint emperor. Shizhang briefly explained what happened last time. "Damn it, this Ming Lu actually has such a cultivation, and he even used the name of my imperial family. Humph, he's lucky to have escaped this disaster." After Xiezhan heard this, his expression turned ugly and he was very unhappy. "You just rushed here and said it was because of Ming Lu. What happened to him?" He's dead for sure this time. He actually beat up a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction." Shizhang told him about how Lu Ming had injured the disciples of the Heavenly Sword faction, and how he was now waiting for the experts of the faction. "This Ming Lu is really bold. Haha, let's see how he dies this time. Let's go, we can't miss such a good show. Let's go and take a look." Xiezhan got up excitedly and rushed over with Shizhang. In the northeast of the sacred city, in front of the restaurant, Lu Ming was stepping on the face of a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction, waiting quietly. In the sky, More and more people came, filling the sky. Wutsong is here. A loud cry rang out, shaking the entire place. In one direction, many people opened up a path. In the sky over there, two figures stepped through the air. One of them was the second-grade heaven's favorite of the Heavenly Sword faction, Wutsong. Shifeng was following behind Wutsong. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Then, he realized that Shifeng must have informed Wutsong. In fact, it was true. The moment Shifeng heard that Lu Ming had injured a disciple of the Heavenly Sword faction, he knew that his chance had come. He had always wanted to befriend a heaven's favorite like Wutsong, but he never had the chance. Now the chance to please him had come. Without hesitation, he rushed to Wutsong's residence and passed on the news to him. As expected, Wutsong was furious and came to kill him. Wutsong walked very slowly, one step at a time. With every step he took, the sky buzzed and shook as if it couldn't withstand Wutsong's anger. Wutsong's eyes were filled with killing intent and his voice was cold. Bastards of the law enforcement hall, how dare you injure the disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction? Good, very good. You're alone? What about Wu Chengkong? I heard that you and your senior brother were beaten up by Lu Shaoqing. I'm going to learn from Lu Shaoqing and beat you up. It's a pity that you're the only one. Lu Ming cast a casual glance at Wutsong and said indifferently. The crowd was stunned. This commander was too awesome, right? Was Wutsong not enough? He wanted to learn from Lu Shaoqing and beat up Wu Chengkong and Wutsong? Who did he think he was? Wutsong was a second-class world and was famous all over the world. His cultivation had already reached the spiritual god realm. Such a Heaven's Pride expert's combat strength was not something that ordinary spiritual god realm powerhouses could compare to. Back then, Lu Ming was able to block a move from the Huang family's spiritual god. Did he really think that he could compete with such a Heaven's Pride expert? He was too naive. Many people shook their heads, thinking that this overpowered commander would die today. Tai Xing and the rest had ugly expressions on their faces. They did not dare to say a word and could only stand behind Lu Ming with gritted teeth. He had no choice. In such a situation, he could only hold on. Hee, then I'll see how you're going to beat him up. Wutsong laughed out of anger and stepped forward. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled, and the sword power was vast. The sword chi stirred the wind and clouds. A terrible light was emitted from Wutsong's body. Every light was like a sword chi. The sword chi was endless. Chapter 1106 Suppressing Wutsong. Those who had never seen a second-grade heaven's favorite in action were shocked. Was this what a second-grade heaven's favorite was? The power was too terrifying. Many people retreated in a frenzy, afraid of being touched by Wutsong's sword. A Heaven's Pride expert like him could kill experts of the same level with his sword's sharpness alone. This commander is dead for sure. Seeing Wutsong's power, many people sighed. Wutsong was so powerful. What could Lu Ming use to block him? Die! Die! Wutsong shouted coldly. His palm was like a sword. Light burst forth and formed a dazzling sword ray that slashed toward Lu Ming. As the sword radiance slashed, even the space was torn apart, revealing a terrifying pitch-black spatial rift. This, not good, quickly dodge. Behind Lu Ming, Tai Xing and the rest were terrified. Faced with such a powerful sword, they felt that it was impossible to resist. If they resisted, they would only die. They shouted and wanted to retreat, but they found that their bodies were covered by a terrifying sword power, and they couldn't move. It's over. It's over. I've finally been killed by this unreliable commander. A thought flashed through the minds of Tai Xing and the others. However, at this moment, they saw a long spear condensed in Lu Ming's hands. The long spear shook and hummed. Even the space trembled. At this moment, Tai Xing and the others realized that the sword power that enveloped them had disappeared. They had regained their freedom. Buzz! Then, they saw Lu Ming holding a long spear and sweeping it out. This spear was like a long spear sweeping across the surface of water. This was because wherever the long spear passed, layers of ripples would appear in the space. Moreover, these ripples would all gather on the long spear. Bang! The long spear and the sword radiance collided. Only a soft sound was heard before Wu Tsong's sword radiance was destroyed. He blocked it. Tai Xing and the others were stunned. The surrounding onlookers were also stunned. This awesome commander could actually block Wu Tsong's move. When did a commander of the law enforcement army become so powerful? A bunch of questions flashed through everyone's mind. Wu Tsong was also stunned. Apparently, he did not expect that a law enforcement soldier could block his attack. Although he did not use his full strength, he still felt embarrassed. Who was he? A second-grade heaven's favorite whose name shook the central continent, an existence second only to the top 5 young men, couldn't take down a mere commander of the law enforcement army with one move. This made him burst out with even stronger and burning killing intent. Good, very good. You do have some ability. But today, your end is already decided. Dang! Wu Tsong shouted coldly. The sword chi around his body became even hotter. Vital essence gushed out continuously and finally turned into a sword chi that was several times more terrifying than before. It slashed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming still swept out his spear casually and destroyed Wu Tsong's sword aura, turning it into nothing. Show me your true ability, or it won't be enough. Lu Ming looked at Wu Tsong from the corner of his eyes. Damn it! Wu Tsong shouted and unsheathed his sword. The sword radiance was so bright that it seemed like it was going to split the heaven and earth. Kill! Wu Tsong wielded his combat sword with terrifying might. As he slashed out with his combat sword, the space around him shattered. Heavens, he's too strong. Wu Tsong is furious. He's too terrifying. Retreat! Retreat! Many people shouted and retreated madly again. Who? Lu Ming held the spear in one hand. The long spear in his hand slashed violently and turned into 1,000 meters long. It swept out in a brutal manner. With a bang, Wu Tsong's sword aura was shattered again. However, this time, Lu Ming did not stop. The terrifying giant spear continued to press down on Wu Tsong. Impossible! Impossible! Wu Tsong shouted in disbelief. He had already performed a divine-level martial arts technique, but he was still defeated by Lu Ming's spear. How was this possible? He could not believe it. What he could not stand the most was that he felt a strong sense of danger when Lu Ming swept his spear at him. How could a mere law enforcement army, which was as insignificant as an ant, have such a powerful expert? Burst, burst! Dang! He roared in his heart and activated his divine bloodline. He merged his bloodline and turned it into a sword with shocking sword chi. Suppress! Lu Ming stepped into the air. His long spear contained the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique. He changed the momentum of the spear and smashed it down at Wu Tsong. Clang! The long spear hit the combat sword that Wu Tsong had transformed into. The attack launched by the combat sword was instantly destroyed. The combat sword shook violently and finally exploded with a bang. The combat sword exploded, revealing Wu Tsong's body. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Everyone in the surroundings looked at this scene in disbelief. Wu Tsong was defeated. Wu Tsong was actually defeated by Lu Ming's spear. How was this possible? What was going on? Was he still a commander of the law enforcement army? How could he be so powerful? Those who had thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure almost bit off their tongues and glared at him until their eyes burst. It was too unbelievable. As for Feng, he thought he was dreaming. Wasn't Minglu only at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm? Wasn't he just a disciple of the Black Spear sect? How could he be so strong? His body trembled in disbelief. As for Tai Xing and the others, they were completely petrified. The 3 disciples of the heavenly martial sword faction were also petrified, staring at the sky in a daze. How weak! I was wondering how strong a second-grade heaven's favorite of the heavenly sword faction would be. Lu Ming pursed his lips, his face full of disdain. Wu Tsong was furious. He was so furious that he wanted to roar at the sky. In the past, he was terrifyingly talented and powerful. In the heavenly sword faction, only Wu Chengkong could beat him. Even in the battle of karmic luck, he had not lost too badly. But recently, he was first killed by Lu Shaoqing in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. If not for the life talisman, he would not have been able to keep his life. Now, he was actually defeated by a mere commander of the law enforcement army. This was a great humiliation. From now on, his name, Wu Tsong, would become a laughingstock and his reputation would be greatly reduced. How could he not be angry and hate her? If he knew that Liu Shaoqing and the commander of the law enforcement army were the same person, what would he think? Bastard! Just you wait. You're dead. Wu Tsong roared and retreated. Since you're here, where do you want to go? Have a good rest with your junior brothers. Lu Ming took a step forward. His body was like a stream of light and he rushed in front of Wu Tsong in a few moments. Don't you dare! Wu Tsong roared. Lu Ming actually wanted to suppress him and let him lie there like the other disciples of the heavenly martial sword faction? How dare he? He was the second Heaven's Pride expert of the heavenly sword faction. He was completely different from the other Heaven's Pride experts. Suppress! Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stepped in the air. The power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps burst out. He took 7 consecutive steps toward Wu Tsong. Bang! 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 Wu Tsong's body trembled violently. He was injured and could not withstand the impact. His body shook violently and blood spurted out of his mouth. In the end, Lu Ming stepped on his face. He screamed and fell to the ground. He came into close contact with the ground and created a human-shaped pit. The elder of the heavenly sword faction takes action. Bang! Lu Ming's body fell and he stepped on Wu Tsong again, causing him to scream in pain. His cultivation was completely sealed by Lu Ming and he could not exert any strength. The crowd gasped. The commander of the law enforcement army was too ruthless. He even dared to suppress Wu Tsong. How overbearing! Lu Ming grabbed Wu Tsong and threw him to the side of the other 3 disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction. The 3 disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction looked at each other and then at Wu Tsong, who was standing at the side. Their expressions were very interesting. Initially, they were suppressed by Lu Ming and were lying on the ground like dogs eating shit. They felt extremely humiliated. However, when they saw Wu Tsong lying on the ground, they felt much better. Even a Heaven's Pride expert like Wu Tsong was suppressed and laid on the ground. It made sense that they were lying on the ground. Ah! Wu Tsong howled like a wild beast. He was so angry, especially when he saw the strange looks from the people around him. He wanted to kill himself. Of course, he was only thinking about it. How could he bear to die? He had a great future ahead of him. Where are you going? At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on a person in the sky not far away. That person was Shi Feng. When he saw that even Wu Tsong was suppressed, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He was about to sneak away when Lu Ming saw him. His face revealed a smile that was uglier than crying, and said, "Minglu, you, what are you trying to do? What do you want? You're an Imperial Dragon Guard, but you actually brought people from the Heavenly Martial Sword sect to deal with the law enforcement hall. You're a traitor, and you're colluding with foreign enemies. What do you think I'm doing?" Lu Ming sneered. His essential core exploded and he grabbed at Shi Feng in the air. What? Shi Feng was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but he felt a terrible force envelop him. He couldn't move. The next moment, a force pulled him down and he fell to the ground. Ah, don't! He screamed. Bang! Lu Ming lifted his leg and stomped on Shi Feng's dantian. Shi Feng arched his body like a big shrimp and let out a heart-wrenching scream. My cultivation, you've destroyed my cultivation. Shi Feng let out a desperate roar. The spirit embryo in his dantian was crushed by Lu Ming. I'll cripple your cultivation as punishment. Get lost. With that, he kicked and Shi Feng flew out like a ball. He turned into a black dot and disappeared in the air. Lu Ming did not know how far he had flown. He could not be bothered to think about whether he would fall to his death. All right. Not a bad harvest. What are you guys doing? Bring them all back to the law enforcement hall. Lu Ming looked at Tai Xing and the rest. Bring him back to the law enforcement hall? Tai Xing and the others looked at each other, their expressions ugly. Of course, only by bringing them back will we have the capital to negotiate with them. Do you think that the Heavenly Martial Sword faction will let this matter rest if you let them go? Don't just stand there, take them away. Lu Ming waved his hand and grabbed Wu Tsong. He stepped into the air and headed toward the law enforcement hall. Tai Xing and the rest were helpless. They could only bring the other 3 disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction and follow Lu Ming. There's going to be a great show. This matter will definitely attract the elders of the Heavenly Martial Sword School. Let's go and take a look. This commander is indeed powerful. However, let's see how he's going to deal with the elder generation of the Heavenly Sword faction. Let's go and take a look. There were tens of thousands of people in the surrounding crowd. They followed Lu Ming from a distance and headed towards the law enforcement hall. Furthermore, the number of people was increasing. Not long after Lu Ming and the rest left, Xueqi and Shi rushed over. When they heard that Wu Tsong was suppressed by Lu Ming, the 2 of them were dumbfounded and in disbelief. Initially, they were certain that Wu Tsong would beat Lu Ming to a pulp or even kill him on the spot. They did not expect that the outcome would be the complete opposite of what they had expected. To the law enforcement hall. Xueqi brought Shi and hurried to the law enforcement hall. When Lu Ming and the rest brought Wu Tsong and the rest back to the law enforcement hall, the remaining law enforcement soldiers were stunned. Then their eyes were filled with fear. Lu Ming had actually suppressed the disciples of the Heaven Martial Sword faction and even Wu Tsong. This was a huge blow to the heavens. How were they going to deal with the elders of the Heaven Martial Sword faction who would go crazy in the future? We're the law enforcement army, enforcing the law on behalf of the Sage Emperor. What are we afraid of? Follow my arrangements and get to work. Lu Ming shouted and then instructed Tai Xing and the rest. As for Lu Ming, he threw Wu Tsong and the others on the ground in a row. He took out an armchair and sat there, closing his eyes to rest. The onlookers looked at each other. This commander of the law enforcement army was really bold. At this moment, he was actually so leisurely sitting on the armchair with his eyes closed. The sky above the law enforcement hall was filled with people, and as time passed, more and more people appeared. This time, it was different from the previous time. This time, it was against the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. Furthermore, a second-grade Heaven's favorite had been suppressed. This caused a huge commotion, and many people were shocked and rushed over to watch. Xueqi and Shi had arrived. There were even second-grade Heaven's favorites from other overlord forces. Everyone saw Jing Kongling, Kong Xian, and Goddess Tan Xiang. There were also Shui Luo Zi, Yin Bupo, and so on. There were at least 7 to 8 people. The elites were shocked to see Lu Ming sitting on the armchair with his eyes closed. Wu Tsong was as famous as they were, but this unassuming commander of the law enforcement army was so powerful that he could suppress Wu Tsong. This shocked them. The royal family of the ancient Saint dynasty is indeed powerful. Even a commander of the law enforcement army is so powerful. Some people thought to themselves. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their bodies. There was a chi activity that let out a terrifying roar. Under the pressure, the crowd took the initiative to open up a path. 3 old men stepped through the air with gloomy expressions. These 3 elders were all dressed in white robes and carried ancient swords on their backs. Their bodies seemed to be filled with endless sword chi, and just their auras were extremely shocking. It's here. Everyone's heart trembled. The elders of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction were on the move. At this moment, Lu Ming also opened his eyes and looked at the sky. The 3 powerhouses of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction flew over and finally stopped in the sky above the law enforcement hall. Bastard, you're finished. You're dead. Haha, you're dead. Wu Tsong saw the arrival of the 3 old men and cried out in joy. Bang! Lu Ming got up and stomped on Wu Tsong's face, causing his face to smash heavily on the ground. He took a bite of the soil and struggled madly with his limbs. He was so aggrieved that he was about to explode. The onlookers shuddered in their hearts. Lu Ming actually dared to do this in the face of 3 seniors from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction. He was simply lawless. The 3 elders' gazes were as sharp as swords as they landed on Lu Ming. How audacious! An old man shouted angrily, his eyes extremely gloomy as he rebuked. Kid, do you know who you've captured? Aren't they just a few pieces of trash from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction? Why? Do you think it's a glorious thing to raise a few pieces of trash? Lu Ming pursed his lips and said casually. He appeared to be very calm, as if he didn't care about the elders of the heavenly martial sword sect. Extorting the heavenly sword sect. Impudent. How audacious. He should be killed. The three elders of the heavenly sword faction shouted one after another. Their eyes were cold, and their bodies were filled with sword chi and sword power. Haha, he really brought this upon himself. This lowly thing is dead for sure. In the air, the eighth prince, Xueqi, sneered. Brat, you and everyone else in the law enforcement hall should commit suicide. I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, not only you, but your family and the forces behind you will not be able to escape punishment. The old man who had spoken first continued to speak. His tone filled with superiority and unquestionable authority. His gaze swept across Tai Xing and the others, causing their hearts to turn cold and their faces to turn ashen. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Lu Ming laughed and stomped his foot on Wu Tsong's face, causing him to scream in pain. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he looked coldly at the old man from the heavenly sword faction. Guilty? Not pursue the matter? What a joke. What right do you have to pursue this? We're the ones who should be held accountable. A disciple of the heavenly martial sword faction killed someone in the sacred city for no reason. We, the law enforcement army, enforce the law impartially and represent the current Saint Emperor in enforcing the law. Yet, your heavenly martial sword faction has come to the law enforcement hall to kill. Not putting the current sage emperor in his eyes? Do you really think that there's no one else in the royal family? The elder from the heavenly martial sword faction was shocked when he heard that. He looked at Wu Tsong, who was still at Lu Ming's feet, and his expression turned ugly. Lu Ming had used the royal family and the sage emperor to suppress them. Even if they really did not care about the royal family, they could not say it out loud. After all, the ancient Saint dynasty was still in charge of the world. Furthermore, they were still in the sacred city, within the core territory of the ancient Saint dynasty. No matter how arrogant the heavenly martial sword sect was, they had to be wary of them. Brat, what do I have to do for you to let them go? The old man who spoke first said coldly and glanced at Wu Tsong and the others. Wu Tsong, a second-class heaven's favorite, had the potential to become a martial emperor in the future. They could not afford to lose him. They planned to save Wu Tsong first. Let them go. Fine, but since they have committed a crime, they should be punished. How about this? Use raw stones to redeem them. 500,000 raw stones for each of the three trash. 2 million raw stones it is. Lu Ming said indifferently. As soon as he said that, the entire place burst into an uproar. Extortion. This was blatant extortion. This puny commander of the law enforcement army actually dared to extort an expert from the heavenly martial sword faction. He was simply blinded by wealth and audacious. He didn't know what death was. The three elders of the heavenly martial sword faction were also infuriated. Their eyes even turned red. Even though they had lived for thousands of years, they had never met such a bold person. To think that he would try to extort them, the heavenly martial sword faction. He was simply courting death. Evil beast, I'll kill you. The elder who spoke first was so angry that he could not hold it in any longer. With a long howl, a terrifying sword chi condensed and slashed towards Lu Ming. Fourth level of the spiritual god realm. The old man who attacked was a fourth-level spiritual god realm expert. His combat strength was several times stronger than Wu Tsong's. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and a small fiery red pagoda appeared. Then, it rapidly grew in size. This small pagoda was the spirit weapon that Lu Ming had obtained from the Saint Mansion's secret realm. After so many days of refinement, Lu Ming had already begun to refine it. The aura of the spirit weapon had also been completely concealed, and outsiders could not sense it at all. Lu Ming wanted to take this opportunity to test the power of the small pagoda. Anyway, there were countless tower-shaped spirit weapons in the world. Lu Ming was not afraid of being recognized. He just had to restrain his aura. Lu Ming grabbed the tower and smashed it at the sword gleam. With a loud boom, the sword gleam was destroyed. Lu Ming's body did not even move. The Emperor's spiritual weapon consumes too much true yuan. I really can't use much of its power. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He had consumed a large amount of essential core just now. Even a martial emperor would be envious of an emperor's spiritual weapon, so it was normal for him to be unable to unleash its power. He muttered as he put away the small pagoda. He was not satisfied, but the others were already shocked. Lu Ming could even block the attack of a 4th-level spiritual god realm expert. He was too powerful. At this moment, Lu Ming was simply unfathomable in everyone's eyes. Every time others thought that he had reached his limit, the strength he revealed was beyond everyone's imagination. You're just a mere law enforcement army. Your treasures are good, but let's see how many moves you can block with just your treasures? The elder from the Heavenly Martial Sword School shouted in anger, and his aura became even more astonishing. A sword light shot up 10,000 meters into the sky, and the sword power was vast and terrifying. If the tiger doesn't show its might, it'll think I'm a sick cat. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as a long spear condensed in his hand. He pierced it through one of the disciples of the Sky Martial Sword School. The disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction screamed in pain as he was pinned to the ground by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had told them in a thunderous manner that they should not think that he would not dare to kill. Give me the Ori rocks to redeem them. Otherwise, I'll kill them all. Lu Ming's voice was very cold. Lu Ming would not miss such a good opportunity to extort money. Cultivating by purely absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth was too slow. After such a long time, Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the middle stage of the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. If he had a large number of origin stones to devour, his cultivation would improve rapidly. He was currently lacking resources. In half a month's time, the million-year national sacrifice would begin. The competition set by the Sage Emperor would also begin. Lu Ming's goal was to get into the top 3. The Sage Emperor could agree to one condition for the top 3. However, it wasn't that easy to get into the top 3. When Yang Patian and Tuo Bashir were in the Saint Mansion's secret realm, their cultivation had already reached the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. Now that a period of time had passed, it was very possible that they would make a breakthrough. If a heaven's favorite like Yang Patian had reached the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, it would be more troublesome for him to defeat him. Moreover, there were 5 such heaven's favorites in the central continent and also the southern underworld. It would not be easy for the heaven's favorites from the western desert to get into the top 3. However, if Lu Ming's cultivation also broke through to the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, he would have full confidence. How audacious! Evil creature, you're looking for death. Kill! Lu Ming's killing of a disciple from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction had thoroughly enraged the 3 elders. A terrifying aura burst forth, and Sword Chi soared into the sky. The murderous intent was extremely cold, as if winter had arrived. The other 2 elders' auras were even more terrifying. They were stronger than the elder who had attacked earlier and definitely surpassed the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. If such experts wanted to join forces, their auras would be too shocking. Law enforcement flag, please. Lu Ming suddenly shouted. The law enforcement flag is here. In the law enforcement hall, Tai Xing carried a large flag and rushed out. Lu Ming took it and stuck it into the ground. It was a 10-meter-long flag with a sword and a saber embroidered on it. They were extremely sharp, as if they were real swords. However, the flag looked very old and was even covered in dust. One look and one could tell that it had not been used for a long time. But as soon as this flag appeared, the chi of the 3 elders from the Heavenly Martial Sword sect in the sky suddenly stagnated. They didn't attack, but looked at the flag with uncertain expressions. If you want to kill me, kill the 8th prince first. It's the flag of law enforcement. The flag of law enforcement. The law enforcement flag created by the ancient Saint Emperor in the ancient times. The crowd began to discuss, and many people's eyes were solemn. The flag of law enforcement was created in the ancient era when the ancient Saint Emperor established the law enforcement army. It was used to enforce the law in the world. 30,000 years ago, wherever the law enforcement flag passed, no one wasn't terrified. Its deterrent force was monstrous. However, after the war 30,000 years ago, the ancient Saint dynasty was weakened and the law enforcement army was useless. The law enforcement flag lost its power and it had been many years since anyone used the law enforcement flag. However, at this moment, the appearance of the law enforcement flag still made people's hearts tremble. Do you think you can stop us by taking out the law enforcement flag? You're really naive. You'll die today. An elder shouted and stepped forward. With every step, sword chi filled the air and cut open the space. This was an existence that surpassed the 4th level of the spiritual god realm, or even beyond the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. He was too powerful. How dare you? The flag of law enforcement is here. We are the law enforcement army. By setting up the flag of law enforcement, we represent the ancient Saint dynasty, the royal family, and the Saint Emperor. The Heavenly Martial Sword sect is completely disrespecting the royal family and the Saint Emperor. Is the Heavenly Martial Sword sect trying to rebel? Are you trying to destroy the royal family and replace the Xie clan? Lu Ming stood up straight and pointed the long spear in his palm at Wu Tsang's back. He shouted loudly. His words swept through the entire area like a storm, causing the 3 elders of the Heavenly Martial Sword School to look extremely grim. Lu Ming had made a big mistake. He directly accused them of wanting to rebel and destroy the imperial family and the Xie family. Although the Heavenly Martial Sword faction really had such thoughts, could they say such things out loud? Moreover, the Heavenly Martial Sword sect didn't have the strength to do so. Tianwu Sword faction, you have the ambition of a wolf. You look down on the imperial family and the imperial power. Today the 8th prince is here, and you want to rebel in front of him, look down on the imperial power and the Xie family? How could the 8th prince tolerate you? At the end of his sentence, Lu Ming cast his gaze at Xie Zhen. Lu Ming had long discovered Xie Zhen. The other people also looked at the 8th prince. Xie Zhen's face fell and he cursed Lu Ming 1,000 times in his heart. Lu Ming was using him as a shield. But what could he do in this situation? Lu Ming took out the flag of law enforcement. The flag of law enforcement was created by the ancient sacred emperor back then. His ancestor was equivalent to the face of the royal Xie family. Lu Ming was a member of the law enforcement army, and he enforced the law on behalf of the sage emperor. If the Heavenly Martial Sword sect were to make a move on Lu Ming, or even kill him, it would be a slap to the face of the imperial family and the Xie family. To put it more seriously, it would be a rebellion. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming had dragged him down with him again. If Xie Zhen ignored him in front of everyone, he would not be able to bear the consequences if this news spread to the royal family, the Xie family, and even the sage emperor. Moreover, there were more than a dozen princes, and they were not very harmonious. They fought openly and secretly. If he did not handle it well today and embarrass the royal family, the other princes might use this to attack him. At the thought of this, Xie Zhen gritted his teeth. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming. 8th prince, am I wrong? Lu Ming continued to ask. Well said. In the end, Xie Zhen gritted his teeth and descended from the sky. He stood beside Lu Ming and faced the 3 elders from the Heaven Martial Sword sect. He said unwillingly, this time, Commander Ming Lu is right. This time, it was the disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword sect who committed the crime first. The law enforcement army will handle it impartially and protect the face of our imperial family. After he finished speaking, Xie Zhen's heart felt even more disgusted than if he had eaten a dead rat. He was aggrieved. He was simply too aggrieved. What was his purpose in transferring Lu Ming to the law enforcement army? Wasn't it to let Lu Ming offend the people from the big forces and be killed by the powerful people from the big forces with one slap? But now, he had achieved the initial effect, but the later stage was completely different from what he had expected. Not only was Lu Ming not killed, but he even had to step in personally to protect Lu Ming. What the hell is this? He was aggrieved. He hated Lu Ming so much that he gritted his teeth and almost broke them. The 8th prince is right. He is indeed an outstanding talent of the royal family. If you 3 old fogies want to kill me today, you will have to step over the 8th prince's dead body first. Come on, come at me if you have the ability. Lu Ming clamored. Xie Zhen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What did he mean by, if you want to kill him, you have to step over the 8th prince's dead body? Xie Zhen was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, he could not back down at this moment. He could only grit his teeth and stare at the 3 elders from the Heavenly Sword faction. In the eyes of others, Xie Zhen had a kind of righteous and fearless spirit. They did not know that it was all because he was angered by Lu Ming. The 3 elders from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction looked gloomy and unsightly. The 8th prince, Xie Zhen, was not like Lu Ming, who could be killed easily. Xueqi was the current Saint Emperor's son, and they were in the Holy City. If they really dared to kill Xueqi in front of everyone, it would definitely cause the imperial family Xueqi to take revenge, and they could forget about leaving the Holy City. In the crowd, there were also many law enforcement soldiers who had come from other law enforcement halls to watch the show. At this time, their blood was boiling, and their hearts were extremely comfortable. All these years, the people of the law enforcement army had been too cowardly and aggrieved. He lived worse than a dog. When those people from the major forces committed a crime, they still had to take raw stones and treasures out to ask the other party to admit their mistakes. How were they going to live their days? Now, when they saw this scene, they really had a feeling of exultation. It was really too good. Law enforcement army, law enforcement flag, the current Saint Emperor will enforce the law. One of the burly men roared as he stepped into the air. A large flag suddenly appeared in his hand. Law enforcement flag. At this moment, another law enforcement soldier from the law enforcement hall held a law enforcement flag and stuck it beside Lu Ming's flag. He stood beside Lu Ming. The law enforcing army is the law enforcing army on behalf of the Sage Emperor. The law enforcing army. Another group of people shouted and rushed out, standing behind the burly man. They were all from another law enforcement hall, and there were more than 100 of them. Haha, that's right, the law enforcement army. The current Saint Emperor will enforce the law. Another person laughed and rushed out. Another law enforcement flag appeared and was placed in a row with the first two. Haha, I'm here too. Law enforcement. With loud roars, law enforcement troops appeared one after another. Law enforcement flags appeared and were planted in a row. In the end, there were a total of 9 law enforcement flags, which were inserted in a row, fluttering in the wind. The law enforcement hall from all directions in the Holy City had come. They took out their law enforcement flags and wanted to advance and retreat with Lu Ming and the rest. Nearly 1,000 people stood behind Lu Ming and Xueqi, glaring at the 3 elders from the heavenly martial sword faction in the air. Usually, they would swallow their grievances, but today, they would risk it all. The surrounding crowd looked at this scene in shock. It had been many years since the 9 law enforcement flags were raised. Today, it was happening again because of Lu Ming. Now, let's see what the heavenly martial sword faction will do. Detestable. Xueqi roared in his heart. However, in this situation, he could only hold on. The 3 elders from the heavenly martial sword faction had gloomy expressions. They had not expected that things would develop to this stage. Right now they were in a dilemma. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.